Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Madera City Council. Today is Wednesday, February 18th, 2026. I call this meeting to order at 6:01. We have a council member, Mejia, who will be remotely online on Zoom, who is due to an illness. So City Clerk Gonzalez.
So for roll call, it's Mayor Gallegos,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah,
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilmember Montes, Councilmember Evans,
Here.
Councilmember Mejia,
Here.
and Councilmember Villegas.
Here.
And just as a reminder, under the Just Cause, Councilwoman Mejia, she will need to keep her screen on at all times for public viewing. Every item this evening will be called by roll call. And I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. We're moving on to our city clerk will be announcing our announcements for the public online and in the chamber.
The Madera City Council meetings are open to the public. This meeting will also be available for public viewing and participation through Zoom. Members of the public may also observe the live stream meeting on the city's website at www.madera.gov/live. Members of the public may comment on agenda items at the meeting or remotely through an electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-6833, enter ID 858-2322-9836#. Press *9 to raise your hand to comment and *6 to unmute yourself to speak. Comments will also be accepted via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov or by regular mail at 205 West 4th Street, Madera, California 93637. We'd also like to remind the audience that Wordly is available for translation.
Thank you for that announcement. At this time, if you could please stand for an invocation by Pastor Brandon Hopkins from Grace Community Church and remain standing for our Mayor Pro Tem for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, thank you. And on behalf of the Madera Ministerial Association, thank you for having us here. Let's pray together. Lord, we thank you for our city. Lord, for what you're doing in our city. Lord, we thank you for the public servants that you've called. Lord, those you have divinely and sovereignly elected. Lord, we ask that you would protect them, keep them safe. Lord, we pray that you would give them wisdom. Lord, you've called them to a high calling of managing and overseeing and caring for our people. And Lord, we pray that that is their goal tonight, that is their heart, is that it would be toward and soft toward the people. Lord, the full class of the people of Madera, both the marginalized, the well-to-do, and everyone in between. Lord, we ask that their hearts would be soft toward the city council leaders, and Lord, that ultimately that your will would be done here tonight. And we, Lord, ask for wisdom, for patience, for peace, and for unity and accord tonight. We ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Join for the pledge, please. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. Moving on to the approval of the agenda, I bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or concerns. If not, I'd entertain a motion in a second.
Motion to approve. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Montes,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia,
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas,
Yes.
Mayor Gallegos.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item.
As under presentations, it's a proclamation recognizing Black History Month.
Thank you for that. I come down to the podium here to recognize three amazing women. We had a very nice ceremony for Black History Month on Sunday. Councilwoman Anita Evans was the masteress of ceremony. She did a great job. So at this time, I'd like to present this proclamation. If the Mitchell sisters would please come down and join me. And while they're coming down, I just want to give a little background. These young women here that are coming down have given so many years of service when it comes to educating our young children in Madera Unified. They worked with my mom for many years. Together, there are 118 years total in years of service in education. They were chosen by the committee because of all their service they have done throughout the city of Madera. So I would like to give this proclamation on behalf of the City Council and myself, Mayor Cece Gallegos, for Black History Month, in a very large part of Americans' history and should be studied throughout the year. And since 1976, February has been designated as a month in which a specially memorable event should be recognized and celebrated. Black History Month is an occasion to rediscover the endurance stories of African Americans and the gifts of freedom, purpose, and opportunities they have bestowed on future generations, and honors this accomplishment men and women who have become strong role models, as you see here, including our very own community members. We have Saletta Mitchell, Alice Faye Mitchell, and Geraldine Mitchell. The Mitchell sisters are lifelong residents of Madera and, like I said, retired teachers. The city of Madera recognizes you for all your years of service, and we acknowledge all that you've done for this community. So the month of February as Black History Month, and wish to honor this, pay tribute to all of you, the Mitchell sisters, for their commitment and contribution to this community. So on behalf of I myself, Cece Gallegos, Mayor, and the City Council, we proclaim Black History Month, February 18th, 2026. And we thank you for all your years of service very much. And these young ladies sung at the Black History Month. It was amazing to hear them that afternoon. And we thank you for that. Performance was so elating to everyone that day. We were just in awe, and a standing ovation by the community that day. If one of you would like to say anything, you're more than welcome.
Of course, they chose me, and I'm not a speaker, but I can truthfully tell you that when we first came to Madera, we were going back home to Oakland. We knew no one, we have no family, but the city of Madera, I taught at Monroe and Washington School, and the three of us ended at the same school, made us family. And that's the reason that we stayed, because of the feelings of needing us, wanting us, respecting us, and above all things, loving us. Our Hispanic families that we worked with, we studied like 10 years in order to get the credential to work in that area. They were family. Madera community is our family, where we don't have a lot of blood relatives left, or we had very few to begin with. The community has made this wonderful for us. So our songs that we sang the other night, we could have sang more songs. We love singing. We love making people feel good. And as my mother has said many, many years ago, if you have music, you will always be happy. Thank you very much for this great honor, and we are truly humbled by this evening. Thank you.
Oh, vaccine already? Like, you know. Please, Congratulations. What's her name? I saw you on time. What's her name? Yes. What's her name? You guys are still on the road, right? You guys are still performing. I didn't mention it.
Yes, me too. After we said we were done.
Not at all.
Just something next to it.
And for the second proclamation this evening, we have a proclamation recognizing California Earned Income Tax Credit Awareness Week.
That will be presenting by Councilmember Montez.
To ask my former CDBG commissioner that ditched us to go to United. I'm just kidding. No, she's been a huge community advocate and continues to do so. I think on a much bigger platform now for United Way of Fresno Madera County. So get into it. So I'm just going to read for Cal EITC Awareness Week. Whereas the California Earned Income Tax Credit, Cal EITC, a refundable tax credit, was enacted in 2015, and along with the Federal Earned Income Tax Credit, EITC, there's a lot of acronyms, I'm sorry, is one of the most effective tools we have to fight poverty for Californians. Whereas California has made even further expansions to impactful state tax credits by also establishing the Young Child Tax Credit, YCTC, in 2019 and the Foster Youth Tax Credit, FYTC, in 2022, which further helped to provide meaningful support for families and individuals across the state. And whereas in California, immigrants pay roughly $8.5 billion annually in state and local taxes. These taxes fund critical public services and infrastructure Californians depend on. I-10 holders are ineligible for the majority of federal tax benefits, but California has made the groundbreaking decision to expand benefits like the Cal EITC, YCTC, and FYTC to I-10 holders who meet eligibility requirements. Hopefully everybody followed all of the acronyms. And whereas among those eligible for Cal EITC, 53% are Latino head of households, 54% are female head of households. The state EITC outreach and education ensures the most economically vulnerable Californians are reached. And now, therefore, let it be resolved that Mayor Ceci Gallegos and on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim January 30th, 26th through February 6th, 2026 as Cal EITC Awareness Week. And United Way of Fresno Madera County do a lot of work in promoting that and helping people navigate this process. So,
Right.
everything you do.
Thank you, council members. There's just a few important things I want to make sure that come across. I know there were a lot of acronyms, but the most important thing to know is that the California Earned Income Tax Credit is available to many working families. And Governor Newsom declared January 30th through February 6th Cal EITC Week. Why I'm particularly here is that United Way Fresno and Madera counties is offering free tax preparation services to families who make $69,000 a year or less. We've partnered with Madera Unified School District, and it is being offered every Thursday at the Family Resource Center, the new one that opened up in that Walmart area parking lot. We're also offering it on select Saturdays. So to make an appointment, it is appointment only. So we are not taking walk-ins this year. You can call 211 or people can visit myfreetaxes.org Again, that's myfreetaxes.org. You'll enter in your zip code and then available tax sites will become available to you. So in the city of Madera, again, it's being offered here in partnership with the Madera Unified School District and Compass Madera. We also have a tax site in Chowchilla, Oakhurst, and numerous tax sites across Fresno County. They are free and they're actually done by IRS certified volunteers. So we have over 160 volunteers, including many professionals from the city and county, the university. So we have lots of people who volunteer. They become certified by the IRS and they're able to do those tax preparation services for you. So I encourage you to share that information with others and to encourage residents to make those appointments and come out.
Congratulations to those who received proclamations today at the city council meeting. Moving on to the next item, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Public comment. The first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold the comment until that item is called. Comments on items listed as public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time.
Thank you for that. I open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the chamber that would like to come up to the podium, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Harlan Ripato. I'm the founder of the Big Valley Horseshoe League. Tonight, I would like to publicly express our sincere appreciation to the Madera Parks and Community Services. Over the past 26 years, our league has worked in cooperation with the Park Department, and we have never had a better partnership. Our league nights and weekend tournaments, the park department ensures that the tables at the Rotary Park are disinfected, trash cans are emptied, and the restrooms are clean. I would personally like to thank the park director, Mr. Joe Hebert, and the park manager, Mr. Hector Sanchez, for all the past years of cooperation, and to our league. From the ladies who work in the office and prepare our league and tournament schedules to the many park employees who maintain our beautiful parks, we sincerely appreciate their efforts. In my lifetime, I have lived through a lot of cities in the state of California, and I truly believe that we have some of the nicest parks in the state, and that's thanks to our good park department. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, everybody, council and members of the community. My name is Michael Hoffridge. I was a veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, First Gulf War, and 34 years at UPS. Retired, and now I work on airplanes at Madera Airport, and you may have seen us fly over for the parades and stuff. We do try to do stuff for the community. I have a proposal because I work on the airplanes and stuff, and I restore World War II airplanes there at Madera. And the old crop duster area is a vacant building. I would like to possibly put a museum in there. And I'd like to call it the Central Valley Vintage Aircraft Museum, a nonprofit dedicated to preserving, restoring, and displaying historic aircraft to inspire and honor veterans and aviation pioneers from the Central Valley. particularly like in the ag industry, because I have an ag airplane that was a World War II plane that served in the valley and still as a crop duster, and I'm going to make that as a museum piece. It's in restoration right now. But that's my idea, and I would like to propose it to the council to maybe get behind it and help us build something in a community that could inspire younger kids. Is you never know when the next Major General Garrison is going to come out of the works here, and just you just never know. I mean, we got lots of parks that come up, and people get behind those. We're wanting to build a museum where we can inspire youth. Anyway, thank you. Sorry, I'm not a public speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay, my name is Alexis Morales. I live in the city. Our home used to be county since I was 5 years old, and it became city about 2015. And right now, currently, they're doing KB homes next to us. So I was wondering if they would be able to bring the water line closer to us, or if they or if you guys are I don't know, giving like what, like
So, so pretty much, we want the city of water and then the sewer extended, but it costs so much, and we have a land there and we wanna build our own house, but the city's not letting us because, they're requiring those requirements. And, it's so expensive after, doing that, and then we still gotta pay, every monthly, and then plus to build a house is so much money, so we're just here, if you guys can help us out, the city help us out on that, because we're really trying to build our homes there, and it's really difficult right now with that.
yeah. So that right?
Pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah, we could just get the help. Because I don't know, we were
Could you
told
state the address?
was that
The address?
Oh, the address is 510 East Adele Street.
cross street would be Austin. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comment.
Thank you.
I see no one else in the chamber. City Clerk, do we have anybody online or on Zoom? Okay, with that, I close public comment. Moving on to the next item.
We have no items under public hearings. Under section B, consent calendar, matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item to be removed from the consent calendar, and it will be considered separately.
Thank you. I bring it back to my colleagues for any concerns or comments. I see none. I open it up for public comment. Anybody in the chamber? City Clerk, anybody online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I will close public comment at this time and bring it back to my colleagues. I do have one comment. I will appreciate my colleagues approving the consent calendar, especially 5B. We have someone that we're going to honor, hopefully in the next meeting, who is very important to this community and has been an advocate for the Doors of Hope. So if it does get approved today, I look forward to seeing them at the next meeting. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion and a second.
Motion to approve is written.
Second.
Thank you. With that, roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Montes,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia,
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas,
Yes.
Mayor Gallegos.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you for that. Moving on to workshops.
Item C1, discussion and direction regarding city private domestic water well permitting regulations and policies.
All right, that'll be presented by our Community Development Director, Tackett. Thank you for being here tonight. we go. All right. Thank you, City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor Gallegos, Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah, council members, Will Tackett, Community Development Director. This item before you this evening is a workshop to facilitate discussion and receive direction regarding the city's private domestic water well permitting regulations and policies. To discuss the regulatory setting, the County of Madera is the local enforcement agency which administers its ordinance for the construction, maintenance, abandonment, or destruction of water wells. That county ordinance prohibits issuance of well permits within 500 feet of the public water system, except in limited circumstances. Those circumstances include as required by the affected public water system, which would be the city. And this provision essentially serves as a mechanism for the county to refer those well permits to the city, as well as an authority for the city to approve or conditionally approve issuance. Other exceptions include when a water well serving a parcel is not currently connected to the water system and needs to be replaced or deepened. So replacement, deepening are things for which well permits can be issued within 500 feet of the public water system. When the public water system does not agree to provide service for domestic or fire flow purposes to the parcel within 10 days of submittal of a written application for service, the county can also issue water wells within that 500 feet of the public system. So what regulations does the city of Madera have? There are no statutory provisions or standards pertaining specifically to private water wells within our municipal code. We do have provisions for metered services that requires metering when connections are required, and we do have provisions for cross-connection controls to avoid contamination circumstances. To give you a little bit of context on how implementation is currently occurring, the general plan does identify a planning area that does extend beyond the sphere of influence or the urban growth boundary, which I'll depict in just a moment. That planning area does extend outside the city limits and represents the area which the city envisions may ultimately be included in either a sphere of influence or in the incorporated city limits. It's important to note that outside the city limits, general plan is only an advisory, although it does provide a statement of uses the city desires in these areas, as well as policies pertaining to a host of various issues and the future growth of the city. So what policies do we have? Any lands in the planning area outside of the city, which are proposed to be converted from agricultural use, should be annexed before development. City encourages county to assist in the implementation of this policy by taking the following actions: discouraging subdivision in unincorporated lands within the planning area to parcel sizes less than 20 acres. This is to avoid parcelization and an inability to aggregate in the future to ultimately realize the vision we have in our general plan. Also directing all new urban development within the growth boundary, that's development that would typically be expected to connect to the community sewer and water systems, to annex into the city, and by supporting annexation applications to LAFCO. So we just discussed in brief the growth boundary. All future growth is to occur inside the boundary. This is per the general plan, and it's intended to define the physical limits of development for the city. That includes infrastructure expansion. So infrastructure is only intended to serve the area inside the growth boundary, and our policies state that we should keep those services to minimum capacity so that excess would not be used to support growth outside the boundary. This exhibit is from our tax sharing agreement. The blue boundary, the dark blue boundary, is what is defined as the growth boundary within our tax sharing agreement. And I will discuss that on this next slide, just for comparison purposes. So urban development projects, those that are discretionary and require approval of the County Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors, and which are outside the city limits but within our growth boundary, are required to be referred to the city for consideration of annexation. The city may adopt a resolution of intent to annex. If it does not adopt a resolution of intent to annex, it has two options. We either determine the project is consistent with the general plan, in which case we can release processing to the county, and that process can continue in accordance to the extent allowable by law with city standards. Or we can determine a project is not consistent with the city's general plan, in which case the project shall not proceed in either the city or county. This limits severally the types of projects that we see, and it certainly doesn't cover all domestic well proposals or purposes, but I do bring it up as a comparative analysis of how one coordination program is implemented versus the absence of what we have on the water wells. we could consider water wells in the same light based upon, in some respects, consistency with our general plan and policies. We also have policies that are specific to infrastructure and water expansion. Facilities should be phased. We shouldn't be leapfrogging, right? Water supply and delivery systems shall be available in time to meet the demand created by new development. This factors into how we sequentially develop and how we should be fiscally responsible in our development. And they should be assured through the use of bonds or other sureties to the city's satisfaction. City shall also seek to protect the quality and quantity of groundwater resources, including those which serve households and businesses which rely on private wells. And that again will be a factor as we talk about potential issues or concerns with domestic water well proliferation. As for the state of California, the state has indicated in its code every human being has the right to safe, clean, affordable, and adequate water for human consumption, cooking, and sanitation. It does provide an exception, accepting water supplies for new development and implementation shall not infringe on the rights or responsibilities of the public water system. Again, this is tying into our authority, which is currently afforded through the county code. Groundwater resources shall be managed sustainably for long-term reliability and multiple economic, social, and environmental benefits. Sustainable groundwater management is best achieved locally through the development, implementation, and updating of plans and programs based upon the best available science. So the city is recognizing local agencies as being the best management entity for these things. And there is no California statute at this time which dictates that local governments must issue or cannot deny well permits. There have been initiatives which have not been passed to date. There have been orders which were issued during drought periods, but those are no longer effective at this time. So what issues and concerns do we have? One is based upon urgency, and this is typically related to existing wells that are in danger of failure. I don't see that so much as a concern for the city where we have existing wells serving habitable residences or existing uses. It would not be staff's proposal that we limit the ability to replace those wells or allow them to continue on a private water well supply. Surety, and I don't mean security by this, but advisement and disclosure to prospective buyers. What we want to do to the extent possible in staff's perspective is provide prospective buyers the ability to make informed investment decisions. And unfortunately, we don't have the guidance in either documentation or regulations at this time that might assist them in avoiding circumstances where they purchase property but may not have an ability to install a well and or may not have city services proximate and feasible to serve future development on that property. Consistency with the general plan, we do see proposals that propose to develop single-family residences on large parcels, and that may have an ability to impede the city's ability to get the density that is in our general plan land use designations, or ultimately to comply with the vision and or policies objectives of the general plan. And that can be either within the existing city limits, it can be within that larger planning area or sphere of influence or a growth boundary. Annexation feasibility. Not in all instances can a property be annexed without bringing additional property with it. And we want to be cognizant of how we annex and how we grow. We want to create logical boundaries and service areas. And sometimes that means there may be intermittent parcels that we would typically request to be brought in for that contiguity. That may or may not involve willing property owners. And that would ultimately be dictated through the LAFCO process. Demand on local aquifers and maintaining a sustainable supply. The more we pump out of the ground, we're a sole source, the more that puts our local aquifer in danger and may impede our ability to provide a long-term sustainable supply. There are concerns over water quality and contamination, proximity to other wells, which may have leakage, which may not be maintained, proximity to private septic systems, any number of factors. Agricultural pesticides have the ability to cross-contaminate wells. Again, that also contributes to the potential for contamination of the aquifer. And then there are fiscal concerns. The longevity of the wells. Public water system is maintained by the city. We collect fees. We have the means to maintain those systems, whereas private wells are the burden and responsibility of the property owner. We know, we've discussed a mitigation program for these wells, and we know that often the cost of maintaining or reconditioning those wells may exceed the means of the household or the owner of the property. And what that means is a additional need for further governmental assistance. It means that we might have private systems which aren't participating in our program for our public system. And ultimately that can lead to fiscal burdens on the city. So what are we here to consider tonight? Staff would posit having clearly defined and codified standards or adopted policies pertaining to private domestic water wells can contribute to the city's ability to ensure the near and long-term availability of adequate, reliable, and water quality resources, as well as an ability to deliver such resources to consumers in a responsible manner. This is consistent with the policies and objectives we do have in our general plan. How do we see other cities doing this? Some of the common components that we can see or observe from other Central Valley cities, some have outright prohibitions, that strict prohibition against new private water wells. Or you may often see a prohibition with limited exceptions based upon economic feasibility, perhaps based upon the volume production of a well, based upon legal agreements which ensure participation in connectivity in the future or annexation, etc. Exceptions may be based upon additional scrutiny requiring special reporting for the specific circumstances and conditions relative to a respective property. We see standards for minimum separations between public systems and or other private wells. We also see setback standards which would dictate proximity to property lines. Again, this is all a proximity issue and trying to ensure that those private wells are reduced from contamination potential. Timing. We see provisions relative to timing. Following annexation, how long do private property owners have to connect to city public systems? And that may also be based not just upon a chronological timeline, but the proximity to the public system may also be based upon, again, failure of the wells or a need to be reconditioned. And we also see that some local ordinances require findings, again, for consistency with plan policies, health standards, environmental protection objectives, and the like. This concludes staff's presentation. This is a workshop item. Staff's request for direction is essentially, we would suggest that it might be prudent for the city to have formally adopted policies for areas that are outside our purview and which we cannot control by local ordinance. As a matter, again, of advisement, these are things that we can get on our website. We can control the Department of Real Estate, but we can provide them with notice. It's documentation that we can afford to the county so that everybody has an understanding of where we stand as a city. And again, that might contribute to an ability for prospective buyers or property owners to make those informed investment decisions. For land that is within our boundaries, staff would posit that it would be prudent to have provisions within our local ordinance that control when, where, and how we regulate domestic private water wells in their permitting process. With that, again, staff is seeking direction. There are alternatives in your staff report that the council can consider. Otherwise, I'm available to field any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. I bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or concerns. I don't see any. I just have one comment, Director Tackett, is I thank you for your due diligence for this because it's heavy. And the policy C1-44 leapfrogging is very important to me because I see that in the county. And so with our staff looking at that, I'm very happy to see that all that the things that we're going to put in place are well needed to make our city grow and be sustainable and grow healthy. So thank you for that. Opening it for public comment. Anybody in the chamber have any comments?
Well, I do have a question.
I see none. City Clerk Gonzalez, anybody online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I close public comment at this time and bring it back to my colleagues. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to answer.
No worries.
So this
domestic well mitigation that we just went through with Keith and what have you. I mean, we're essentially saying pretty much the same thing, right? I mean, if we have someone within our sphere of influence or someone within the city limits, or in the case where I think there was a gentleman that had come out here last time and had a similar issue. We can't, as a city, I think we're saying we have the statute to locally deny that permit, correct? And could they then use the mitigation to make that connection? Are we going to see a lot more of that coming through?
Again, it depends upon proximity to the public system. What we have right now is reliant upon the county's ordinance and our implementation methodology of referrals to the city. They are within 500 feet. We do have some authority and controls. If they are outside of that 500 feet, we do not necessarily. And there are other exceptions the county can consider to allow those domestic wells to be permitted. With respect to the mitigation program, we're talking about instances where we have existing private wells that are in danger of failure, again, need reconditioning, need to be re-drilled to serve an existing use. Again, staff's position is, or what we would suggest we exercise caution is how we allow additional well permits to come online. Because again, with respect to fiscal responsibility, additional wells mean future potential to request mitigation or additional governmental monetary assistance.
Yeah, yeah. So in this case, when it's outside the 500 feet, I mean, the protocol is that the county gets the request, they refer that to us. Are you saying there's gray areas where that doesn't happen?
The county ordinance does not require them to refer well permits which are outside the 500 feet to the city. The county does do it as a courtesy. And so in that respect, again, from staff's perspective, it would be ideal to have some type of a formal policy in how we would support or not support those areas outside of the 500 feet for which we do not have any authority by ordinance, but for which we certainly have an interest based upon our planning area and our growth boundary.
Yeah, but I mean, outside of that, we're talking some really huge costs to try to connect that directly to city water or something to that, right? I mean, it's got to make sense, I think, to some extent.
Yeah, and then staff would not be proposing that necessarily we would require connectivity for those types of distances. But again, having some sort of documentation that better informs the public of where the city stands, the county of what we would support. I mean, ultimately, if we had that, there may not be a need to refer those items to the city because the county already knows where we stand.
Got it. Thank you. We appreciate you explaining it. That's all I know.
Thank you. And so Councilmember Montez.
We're gonna be duplicative of what Councilmember Rodriguez or Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez said. So you're essentially just asking us to codify what kind of we already do.
What we do now, we do based upon objective, essentially ad hoc policy and based upon the authority that we're afforded through the county code. But we don't have codified regulations ourselves how we deal with either properties that are within the city limits or, well, I guess the code would be limited to what was in the city limits.
I guess my question would there be any kind of deviations from what current practice is? Or we're essentially trying to codify current practice and include things within our sphere of influence so that we have a little more teeth, for lack of a better term, to enforce.
There could be, and that's where we're seeking direction from the council. Staff has attempted to be equitable in its consideration of these wells. Keith and I have worked again on somewhat of an ad hoc policy so we can be objective and equitable. And those policies are based upon much of what you heard in this presentation or you saw in other local ordinances, based upon what we see typically for proximity to public services. What we most commonly see for proximity, is it 200 feet of city services? Is it more than that? Again, is it serving an existing use? Is it for new development? We do look at whether or not the proposed new development would be consistent with our general plan, and we've responded accordingly to the county. Not with a recommendation to approve or deny, but based upon whether or not the city supports that new development and or the drilling of new wells.
Okay, and so you're not asking council today to set like, hey, 200 versus 500, that's something that staff would?
No,
essentially-
that's something that staff would propose to bring back based upon the direction we receive, whether that direction be, yes, bring back an ordinance for consideration, whether that be come back with additional workshops with more information, whether or not you would request that staff attempt to prepare a resolution that covers some of these geographic areas that would not fall under the purview of the municipal code, et cetera.
Okay. City Attorney?
Let me know if I'm overstepping here, because usually I just give legal advice. So I think what staff and what I'm also looking for when we come back is, do we have enough nods to want to formally do something about this, or do we want to keep on operating off of our current system? And if I see people are like, hey, we want to update, which I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we want to update. Okay, so we got at least 5 council members update. That's helpful. The other thing is one thing is, do we want to put some sort of requirements that within a certain distance of infrastructure that you need to connect in if you annex in? And I don't know what that number is yet. Will and I would have to take a look at it and figure out what it is and come back with a recommendation. But I'm seeing some nods that is something that the council would be open to. I hope somebody's taking notes, because I'm not at this point. Well, the other thing is do we want a safety valve? For example, there may be some ag land, if you're bringing in a huge number of properties, you may have somebody who's been farming there for 100 years. They get scooped up as part of the LAFCO process and brought into the city, and now technically they're in the city and they have an ag well. Do you want to allow them to continue to operate as long as they don't change the use, they keep on doing what they've typically done, and as long as they're not, selling now their water outside the site or trying to expand it or something else? I'm seeing some general nods there. Okay.
Well, I have a question for that.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry, maybe I've gone a bridge too far.
Okay, so let's start with Council Member Zachariah first. Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me.
And just, I guess, to get some clarity on some of these things. So like when we're talking distances, well versus hooking up to the city, is there a huge difference in cost between the two? And at what distance maybe does that become greater? So the 200 versus the 500, for instance, if somebody is attempting to hook up, is it dramatically different in cost when we're looking at the 500?
That's not a number I have. I'll look over to our city engineer who may
I'm
have some
not saying that
sense
it's
of a
all-
linear cost of extending a line at a certain size, but I don't have that specifically at this time. It is information we can bring back for further consideration.
And then the other question too, as he's walking up is, I mean, we're talking about water, but what happens when it comes to the septics and these things, is that a dual thing that they're being required, or we're just going to focus on the water at this point?
With respect to timing, yes, it's something that can be considered likewise based upon either timing following annexation, proximity to city services. Legal counsel was just mentioning, do we include provisions that would allow existing wells to remain online for certain purposes? Would we want to include provisions respective to the timing of when existing private systems are abandoned?
But in general, when we're doing this infrastructure, water and sewage, it's going to be at the same distance, or is water there first? Or, I mean, when they're saying 500 feet, is it anticipated that both services are available?
The provisions that we've discussed relative to the county ordinance is specific to water, not sewer. So that is a separate discussion in that respect. However, when we're talking about proximity to available city services, I would say most commonly, if we have water, we have sewer. Usually we're expanding those infrastructure. We're providing for those infrastructure expansions concurrently.
And if I may, council member, what I've also seen happen in different jurisdictions, and I'm sure your city manager has seen this as well, is sometimes your water will sometimes outstrip your sewer, and they'll connect in with the water, and then their sewer septic will fail. And then they'll want to connect into the sewer system. So we can come up with proposals for you and come back to catch that component as well. Generally, they develop together. Sometimes they develop separately. But as a practical matter, when you do one, ultimately within the next 5, 10, 20 years, you're going to have the second one automatically come in. And the reason is, it's important to get rid of sewer septic is because of nitrate poisoning and infiltration into our water system. So we want to be careful about that.
Thank you, City Attorney. Councilmember Montez.
The question was prompted with, so we're talking about not having kind of like a grandfathered clause, right? Usually, if you don't do something to kind of trigger it, right, you're not changing the occupancy, you're not changing the use, then you can kind of continue business as usual until such time that something fails. Then, okay, well, you can't redo your well, you'd have to connect. So that's what we're still talking about, because kind of like the scenario that you mentioned where somebody, you know, has been farming ag land for, as long as they're not changing anything, we're not going to make them change anything unless
They develop it.
they develop it, or if their well fails.
Well, as far as the well failure, maybe again, it's a policy call. Typically, a lot of jurisdictions will say if your well fails and you are still continuing the use that you had previously, you're still grandfathered in. So you can maintain your well, but they will put caps on the amount of flow that comes out. You can't expand your well by 40%, for example, and then expand your ag operations because you're going beyond what you originally had when you came in.
Okay.
If I may, I think staff recognizes again that there would need to be exceptions for existing uses. Intensification might be a cause to say, no, to your point, we need to keep production at the same levels for the same use without intensifying. We made reference to some of the state regulations which are codified. Everybody has the right to it where it's existing except for new development. So are we talking about intensifying, expanding development? Are we adding new development? And then the other thing that I might add with respect to the timing provision, I have also seen instances where the failure of a well is also contingent upon proximity, right? Your well goes down, you request a well permit to re-drill, recondition, or put in a new well. Well, yeah, but do you have city services proximate? And then that gets into the economic feasibility and the exceptions that we might want to consider in those respects.
Thank you for that answer. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And again, my question is more so aligned to what Councilmember Montes had asked there, is regarding urban farming. If you bring someone in within our annexation process that is continuously farming, obviously that creates a problem sometimes within our competing wells. So again, you're saying that if that existing land use or permit defies what we have in our city limits, would you grandfather that particular case, or would you have them then possibly revoke that?
As a matter of codified regulations and general policy, we would honor uses legally authorized through the county prior to annexation. And we would have allowances that would allow those uses to continue in perpetuity unless abandoned, consistent with the definition of abandonment in our code. You discontinue the use for a specified period of time, that ends the grandfathering, if you will, the legal nonconformity. Subsequent uses would need to come into conformance.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilwoman Evans.
Yes, in reference to the water wells, if you were not in the district and then all of a sudden the redistricting and your land became part of the district, but you did have a well and the line was not close enough to your home, it would be the landowner's responsibility to be able to pipe into the water well that we already have, the water line that we have. So their well has gone dry. Now they're questioning, will the city be the one to be able to take care of the water on their property, or will they have to dig and create the line themselves from their property and bring water into their home, into the city's water? Whose responsibility? It would be their responsibility, correct?
That's correct. It would be the private owner's responsibility, just as it would for them to pay the cost of maintaining, redrilling, reconditioning that well. They would need to connect to the water main. We would set the meter at essentially the right of way, and then the on-site, they would be required to pull permits for the on-site plumbing to bring it back from the meter and connect to the existing structure.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so Director Tackett, do you have the direction of the council? Is it clear, or do we need to backtrack it?
I think we're fairly clear. I do want to give our city engineer an opportunity to respond to one of the previous comments, albeit I'm putting him on the spot in doing so.
And that's fine.
The question was 200 feet. Well, it's a matter of equality between costs in terms of what's it cost to extend a water line versus what it costs to drill a water well. So a water well is $35, $50, $60,000. We've heard $60,000 self-helps in that. When it comes to extending a water line, if we're talking about 200 feet or so, it's 200 feet plus the width of the property. We can redefine that in any way we need to, but the goal here has been to go ahead and say it's equal to a water well. The property owner, if there's a choice by the city and it's equal, the city feels like they should extend the water line. That's where the 200 feet came from.
Right. Thank you for that information. We appreciate it.
And if I may, for the point of clarification, and this is going back to where Shannon was kind of polling. Is there an interest in exploring both ends of this? The codified regulations for what we can control within our purview in the city, as well as looking at formal policies for what we may not be able to codify within our purview.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you for your report. I appreciate it. Moving on, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Item E1, microtransit feasibility study update.
Thank you. And that will be presented by our grants manager, Zuniga. Welcome tonight.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. This item tonight is an update on the microtransit feasibility study that the city has been working on for the last few months with FlexLinks. With us this evening is Steve Wilkes from FlexLinks. He will take us through the presentation tonight and provide an update where we are at as of now and what is coming up next. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm Steve Wilkes with FlexLinks, and as Marcella mentioned, been working with the city since, I guess, last early fall on this microtransit feasibility study. So what do we mean by that in terms of, we're exploring new transit service types like on-demand microtransit. And microtransit can be thought of almost like a shared ride Uber or Lyft type service. It's sort of the marrying of transit and mobility with technology. Typically, there's an app-based device in terms of your phone or tablet where you can request a ride, get real-time customer information in terms of on-time performance and arrival times, things of that nature. So, sort of overarching, we're looking at what new delivery schemes might be appropriate. The other key objectives of the study have been to ensure that any type of system design or service improvement strategies meets community needs. And finally, to evaluate the cost effectiveness of the service. So that as we look at alternate delivery schemes, as we look at service delivery strategies or service improvement strategies rather, we got to keep in mind that this has got to be fiscally responsible at the end of the day. So in terms of providing that project overview, a bit to the right of center of the screen is this green arrow in terms of we are here. But how did we get here? And there's been a number of key tasks or activities, starting off with what we call the existing conditions. And that was just to get a good understanding for what's currently happening in the transit environment and the community in terms of looking at demographics, socioeconomic characteristics, getting that understanding of the composition of the population. and then doing a deeper dive into existing transit operations, what Madera Metro is doing, dial-a-ride, ADA paratransit, looking at key performance indicators, the financial side, looking at historical trends in terms of what has it been doing over the last several years. That was then combined with what we refer to as phase one outreach. And again, back in the fall, administered a survey, online survey. In fact, there were 3 versions of it, one targeting the community at large, a second one, high school students, and a third being the community college. Just again, to get the pulse of the community. The survey research piece was also combined with other outreach activities, being present at the flea market and senior centers and social service administrations and things of that nature, again, to get a better understanding for the community at large and some of these specific market segments. Then there was the analytical piece. Building on what we heard in terms of existing additions, the phase one outreach, we then did what we referred to as modeling in terms of developing a number of different concepts, and looking at, net impact on the community, the financial resources that might be required, just to, again, further flush out a number of concepts. And that's where we're at now. We're looking at opportunities around the deployment of microtransit services, community-wide, maybe specific to certain areas within the community. And that's what we're now taking back to the community. Another survey that has been designed that's currently on the streets. It's online and can be reached through a link from the city's homepage. Other outreach activities in terms of revisiting the community at senior centers and the flea markets. Actually, I'll be at the community college tomorrow doing an info session. In essence, to help to have the community help us translate these concepts into a recommended approach. And that's, the final activity in terms of the final recommendations. And we'll certainly be back to council to share those. The existing transit network, you likely know it all better than I in terms of existing 4 routes. There's the dial-a-ride and ADA paratransit service. Certainly all services, the fixed route run Monday to Friday, limited Saturday service on 2 of the routes. The dial-a-ride and ADA provides, again, 7 days a week, with, again, limited weekend services. Of note, of the 4 metro fixed routes, Route 1 operates on 30-minute service, 30-minute headways. The other 3 operate on 1 hour. And it's important to note because you're now looking at coverage versus frequency. And the frequency is relatively low. But when you look at the route network, it's good coverage in the community in terms of providing that connectivity between major attractors and generators, in terms of taking people typically where you'd think they would want to go. And that's back to, the Walgreens and senior centers and social service administration and what have you. So in essence, it does a very good job in meeting the mobility or transit needs of what we refer to as the transit-dependent population. Those that don't have a whole lot of other mobility options or mode choice options. They may not have a private auto or personal vehicle at home. So to that end, it's providing that kind of, in essence, essential service. What doesn't bode as well are the numbers. And for illustrative purposes, we're presenting the Q2 numbers here of fiscal 25-26 in terms of just to provide that snapshot of key performance indicators in terms of trip volumes, how many passengers, cost per trip, cost per hour, things of that nature. And yes, Madera Metro and the services provided, the fixed route, dial-a-ride, ADA paratransit, are expensive in terms of gross costs as well as cost per trip and cost per hour. And it's, precisely for those reasons that we're looking at, what opportunities are there to do things differently? If you know how big the pie is, might we be able to slice it up differently in a more cost-effective and better meet the needs of the community? So similarly, in terms of what the numbers are telling us, of note, at the beginning of Q2, the city implemented the spare lab app for the dial-a-ride services, which again is an app-based capability for trip booking and getting real-time customer information. Interestingly, when, at the time of implementation at the beginning of Q2, we saw some 26 to 28% increase in dial-a-ride use, which is an indicator that, the deployment of the Spare Lab app enhanced the passenger experience. And that's a great thing. The fixed route service, in terms of the 4 routes, saw a rather sharp decline. Well, relatively, some pushing 10% decline at the beginning of Q2. So you're getting sort of that trade-off. It suggests that people are looking at that kind of mode switch in terms of from fixed to the dial-a-ride. In terms of what we heard, when I mentioned a moment ago about the phase 1 survey research piece as well as the outreach, this illustrates mode choice or modes used rather by trip purpose. And not surprising, personal vehicle is the overwhelming mode used, followed by the dial-a-ride service. But one other key takeaway from this graph is back to my point about, it's meeting the discretionary trip purposes of the community, the social, recreational, shopping type trips, but few are using it for work and education. And that could be quite telling in terms of what kind of service improvement strategies might we be able to look at to capture some of those choice riders. Other elements of what we heard type scenarios was, barriers for using Madera Metro included, it doesn't go close enough in terms of I got to walk too far from home to a bus stop. It's that whole last mile constraint in terms of how do I get to the bus. The other surprising, quite frankly, result here was people didn't know how to use it or didn't know it existed. So again, that speaks to opportunities around, building on communication, branding, and marketing strategies for going forward. The better information or desire for better information was also the #1 noted transit or mobility improvement, as was more stops, more frequent service, things of that nature. So as we embark on the phase 2 outreach and engagement and further refinement of conceptual alternatives, there's a number of things that we're taking, concepts or ideas that we're taking out to the community that, what do we still want to know? And it includes, and these are some of the key questions that will be presented at this info session tomorrow at the community college. Will pivoting to an entire on-demand microtransit system work for you? What would make this type of service more or less attractive? And again, the scenarios cover the, continuum from, and we've seen it in many communities throughout the nation, just shutting down transit and converting it to microtransit. Further refinements to the public transit system, maybe some reducing of routes, getting rid of the poor performing routes, maybe getting rid of poor route segments and replacing them with microtransit. These are the kind of things we want to explore with the community. Would they consider on-demand service for maybe, specific times of day, provide evening, morning service, weekend service, things of that nature? And if they would rather maintain the bus routes, tell us why. If so, why? So our key next steps are considering the community input, having the community help us translate these concepts, ideas into a recommended strategy for service improvements. And we will revise the conceptual alternatives as needed, and again, make that final determination of what the ultimate recommendations are going to look like. And at that, I just want to leave this QR code up and invite you all and everybody to, through the QR, you can access the survey instrument, the online survey. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. We do have some questions. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
So I know when we discussed in our first meetings, you'd asked about what some of the goals we might have as council. I took a trip last month to a larger city where we didn't have our own car, so we had to rely heavily on like Uber to get around. And what's disturbing is when I can take an Uber across the city twice the size of Madera for $10, and you're saying it costs $20 to $40 to ride a bus. I think it should be evident to the community to say, especially when you say cost effectiveness, that our bus system doesn't make any sense. The other part is I would agree heavily when you say, if I got to wait an hour for the bus to come around, but an Uber type system can get me in 5 to 7 minutes, I would say that that service is going to better serve the community itself. You add on top of that, when you say the routes don't run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, that there's certain days I can't even ride the bus. I think it gets to agreeing with you where I don't know if it runs today. I don't know if it's actually going to show up. So therefore, forget it. I'm just going to find another way. And I hope through this study that you have and through the community that we can get closer to some kind of system that would say, maybe at this point, buses don't make sense for Madera. Maybe it's a walk back. And eventually, as we grow, maybe we can revisit a bus system. But at this point, I don't see the numbers making any sense to continue on. So I hope that's what maybe the community will come back with. And I appreciate your study because it is very informative. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Councilwoman Evans.
Yes, thank you so very much for your presentation. In reference to the bus system, I live in District 4, and probably I would say 85% of the people in my district do not have transportation. So for me in my district, and speaking for the people that I represent, the bus system is very important. Because when I go out early in the morning, say if I'm leaving home at 6:30, 7 o'clock, on Cleveland, there are a number of people there with children, elderly people that get to and from, a lot of domestics that do ride the bus, that do ride to the hospitals, things of that nature. So for me in my district, and even in some of the other districts that are on the side of town that I live on, I see that the bus is very important to them. I see that the young people that ride the bus from my district out to the college area. So I can't say that the bus is not important, because I see from where I sit that it is important. And I would hate to see that the bus not be utilized or not even be available to those. And as far as the Ubers are concerned, yes, they're important to our city, but not everyone has Uber money where you can pay how much is a bus now? $2?
It's free.
Versus a 10 or a 20. So children ride for free. Mom and dad get on. They go to Walmart, they go to the grocery store, they come back, they pile everything in, and all the children and everyone get back on the bus and go back home. So, in speaking from my side of town, I disagree with removing the bus system. That's something that I would warrant to be able to continue to keep. And that's my comment.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Gallegos, and thank you for that presentation. I appreciate the ongoing study. I think it's evident based on your charts and some of the numbers that you reported back there. There are certain sectors that could potentially be better off on a microtransit. I'm sorry. A good. To Councilwoman Evans' point, I think there are certain circumstances where a bus is still needed. maybe the school route. But certain routes currently are no longer really, it's evident that the numbers don't really support it. Now, the paratransit and your dial ride seem to be very heavily utilized for a reason. Dial ride, I think it's to make the point here is that people feel better doing an on-demand call to get that service done quicker. I need to go here and there, and I can call and get that done. So I don't think there's any additional cost if we put a micro transit system in here. I think we can actually be more efficient. And I think you're going to start seeing that based on your numbers, that is how areas, maybe in more urban areas, you probably see that big bus route that certainly works. But here in this rural community, I think sometimes it doesn't work as well. You can't compare it to a Sacramento or a San Francisco. And that's the problem, that not all size fits all. And I think we get compared with a lot of these urban areas, but Madera specifically is more rural. And I think we have to adapt to that and possibly find a micro transit system that accommodates the usage of transit. So I do agree with my colleagues both. I mean, I think there is some use for the bus route, but more importantly, I think based on these numbers that we should start heading the direction into a micro transit system. And I think it's just very evident based on your charts there. But thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I just have one quick comment. Is this survey also in different languages?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's in both English and Spanish.
Okay, thank you for that. I open it up for public comment at this time. Anybody in the chamber?
Mayor Gallegos, we have the woman with her hand raised.
Oh, we can't see her here. Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that whichever way the community or the council does decide to head in, we do need to work on ways that we reach people, because I do see a lot of people that are very interested in the community and using these services. What's difficult for them is to find things like routes, maps that are accessible. You see them online, but like there are PDF files that are hard to read. The times, the fares, the information is very small, and I just think that whichever way we go, we just have to be a lot more accessible to the public.
Is that all your comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilwoman Mejia. At this time, I open it for public comment. Again, no one in the chamber, anybody online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you for that. Thank you for presentation. It's informational, so we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to the next item.
Item E2, Caltrans Highway Capital Preventative Maintenance, Project 060Y180 on State Route 145, update relative to business owner impacts.
All right, and that is going to be presented by our Director of Engineering.
Thank you, Mayor,
Welcome.
council members.
Stop, Cheryl. There we go. Almost.
Covers it up.
We have some new folks in the audience tonight. What we try to make sure is that the folks at home on Zoom are able to see the presentation. So we have to do an extra couple of clicks. And that's what we're working on when we're here at the podium.
Thank you. Sorry about the delay.
No worries.
Anyway, this is the Caltrans Highway project. We'll skip the numbers on State Route 145 Madera County update. A little bit of background. Note, I did, in the preparation of this report, did attempt to get a hold of the project manager for the project out on Yosemite Avenue that's coming up. He's been out for a few weeks. He was sick. He actually returned, I think, for a short while last week, but I wasn't able to go ahead and get a hold of him. So everything I've got here is based upon what I've known from the past through working with Caltrans. Continuing on, the project extends between approximately Pecan Avenue to the east to Story Road. The portion subject to this report is between East and Lake Streets. The project is planned to begin construction on May 15th. That'll be following up on our water project. We've been nip and tuck on that schedule. We're thinking, hoping we're going to go ahead and finish that by May 15th and Caltrans can move in. Elements of the project include road rehabilitation, Yosemite Road diet. That's a reduction of travel lanes in lieu of other improvements, and those other improvements are pretty much coming up on this. We have bike lanes, bus stops, roundabouts, and traffic circles at Lake, C, and D streets, bulb outs at A and B streets, enhanced crosswalks, center median island, sidewalk in areas where missing, widened sidewalks in certain downtown locations, landscaped in the new medians and sidewalk areas, new lighting and upgraded poles. The poles will be pulled out and there'll be new lighting through there. And then rectangular rapid flashing beacons at the crosswalks themselves. A little bit of background on impacts during construction. There are any number of impacts that can come along from roadway construction. Those vary from difficulty in accessing businesses, reduced traffic. The translation on that, potential customer loss as drivers avoid slowdowns, and then loss or reduction in available parking. Caltrans and the city have done public outreach for the last probably couple years or so. City staff has done at least 3 different meetings with the Downtown Association. Caltrans has done at least 2 that I'm aware of. And one of those meetings was July 31st at the Adult Daycare Center just down the street from the City Madera Engineering Department. There were questions at that meeting regarding the mitigation. They were filled by Caltrans as well. The project has been aware, the MDA has been aware of and supportive of the project for at least, well, the last 4 years or so. This is a flyer for the meeting that took place at the Adult Daycare Center. That was July 31st, and it was sent out, I assume, to all Madera Downtown Association members. So they did have the opportunity to attend that. And this is just a letter from indicating that the Downtown Madera Association, they were aware of this for the last 4 years and they were supportive of the program or the project. Efforts to minimize impacts, traffic control. Some of the mitigation measures is just letting the public know up front. Part of that is portable, changeable message signs 10 to 15 days in advance of lane closures or closing side streets. Old email from Caltrans I went through in agreements that we had with them. They would notify the businesses 2 to 4 weeks prior to impending closure and for construction. They would maintain minimum 1 lane in each direction. There would be night work for many of the activities that they have, and the trucks would be rerouted away from Yosemite Avenue. Now this is going to be a little bit hard, perhaps a lot hard to go ahead and look at, but this shows staged construction on Yosemite Avenue. And the key parts of this to recognize are the shaded areas that are on there. I think you can see my cursor. The shaded areas on there are the areas that they will be working. When that is happening, they are shifting traffic to another part of the roadway. This next page shows in that shaded area, that's closed, and they've reduced the road width down, and they have a left turn lane and 2 through lanes, 1 for each direction. Now you move into stage 2, which is they're moving on to medians, and you'll see the work that occurred under stage 1. Right through here, you'll see bulb outs, you'll see preparation for roundabouts. Those will have been constructed under stage 1 while they're working on stage 2 medians. Stage 3, they've jumped over to the south side of the street, and you continue to see improvements on the north side. Stage 4, they've completed the north and south sides of the street, and they're starting to work on the roundabouts, and there'll be traffic control associated with that. I've circled up here, this basically says what it is, but I won't go ahead and read through that. And then the last stage is the final lift of pavement, meaning they put a first lift down to go ahead and get the roadway done, then they come back and put the last lift on, and then they stripe the roadway for the ultimate lanes. Other additional impacts or minimization impacts. Parking, that will be impacted obviously during construction. So this is from a February 12th, 2025 meeting with the Downtown Association, where we went through that with well, probably 4 or 5 members. In the downtown area along Yosemite Avenue, property owners and businesses can expect to lose as many as 44 parking spaces with the fully completed project. There will be potential to go ahead, that increases maybe to 50 with the work that they'll be doing at the railroad. They're going to make certain that there's enough area to queue at the railroad so that that doesn't back, call it a half a mile down the road because of the single lane. They're going to do two lanes on the westbound approach. To mitigate that, there's not really a proactive mitigation, but the owners have been noted that we do have parking areas in the city. This map shows those parking areas. We have about 180 spaces. Before the meeting, I was alerted to the fact we have this other parking area here. I attempted to go ahead and count the parking spaces, but they were covered up in trees. I figured there was like 30 spaces there. So between these different areas, we have about 180 spaces. So business owners have the ability to direct their customers there. I know it's probably difficult, but additional parking is available. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that I didn't know about the project that I've heard from the project manager.
Thank you for that report. My colleagues have any questions or concerns? I do have a comment. I was at the meeting. I was invited by one of the local businesses, and there is some concerns, but I've heard some positive things that the road's finally going to get taken care of, and there's going to be some beautification to downtown on Yosemite. So there was a lot of positive that take away from that meeting. Caltrans was very respectable to our community members that had issues. They answered all their questions that night. And so I thank our staff for being there and answering the questions on behalf of the city. It overall was, I felt, a very good meeting, and everybody went away with understanding of what was going to happen for this big hefty move that they've been asking for years to be done on that road. So thank you for that. At this time, I open it up for public comment in the chamber. Oh, come on up. Yes. Right up to the podium.
I was just gonna suggest the property that used to be the mini mall that burned down, is that gonna be turned into parking for the future or you don't know? Or,
Go ahead, City Manager Rodriguez will.
answer that. Okay. If you talk about parking for.
Yeah, so good evening, everyone. I'm Arnoldo Rodriguez. I'm the city manager. The old hotel at the intersection of Yosemite and East Street, which I still refer to as the old McMahon's, going back to the 80s. When that building burned, the city approached the property owner at the time with no clear plans from the city, but we did. The city made an offer and we purchased that piece of property. The city owns property in the surrounding area, including the old ground station, which we are on the cusp of doing a remodel. And so with the plan, the immediate plan is not to turn that into a parking lot. Rather, city staff have been exploring different options to potentially go after some grant funding to try to make that a multi or mixed use piece of property. We do not have plans in place right now, but staff is aggressively seeking different pots of funds. No project of that scale, because it is a relatively large piece of property and there's some complexities, not because of the property, the funding is the complexity. And what we would like to envision is a mixed use project that the community can look back in 100 years and say, boy, the city really got it right. Those projects take a long time and there's a lot of moving pieces to it. And so as we're trying to piece together different pots of money and potentially partner with different people, those are things that we are actively exploring. And Will Tackett, myself, and Keith are actively looking at different parts of money along with Mike and his team to see if we can put something together. So the short answer is we do not expect it to be a parking lot. The long-winded version of it is we don't have clear plans with it, but the plan is to develop the site with a building that, again, that's going to create synergy, that's going to set the tone for downtown Madera moving forward and hopefully for the next several generations.
Thank you for that answer, City Manager Rodriguez. I will bring it back to City Clerk for anybody online or on Zoom.
We have none, Mayor.
Okay, I will close public comment at this time. And if my colleagues have no direction, thank you for that information. Oh, we have Councilwoman Mejia has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I would like to know whether it would be possible, since this is gonna be construction that's gonna be ongoing for months, would it be possible for the city to also have a map with alternate general routes, or also showing where parking lots or parking is available? I know that you mentioned that business owners can do that, but would the city be able to do like a general map of the downtown area for the public's awareness?
Yeah, I believe we can go ahead and provide the map with the parking lots on that. I'll make an adjustment on that to go ahead and show the number of spaces in on that other parking lot. As far as another map showing, I guess alternative routes, there are multiple alternative routes. I'm not quite sure what we would provide with that, at least at this point.
Just general alternative routes for people that may be new to Madera, just to get a sense.
Yeah, but right now, Caltrans is not planning on closing down the street. There may be short periods of time where they close it. That'll probably be non-peak hours, more likely at the night. So there wouldn't be a need for alternate routes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for that report, Director of
Thank you.
Engineering. Moving on to the next item.
Item E3, informational report on the Madera Metro Transit System.
And again, presented by our grants manager, Zuniga.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor, council members, members of the public. This item is a presentation for Madera Metro for Q2. So it will include reporting and project updates that occurred between October 1st through December 31st, 2025. Passenger counts. Prior to September 2025, drivers would keep track of the number of passengers who boarded the bus manually. In September 2025, MV Public Transportation Inc. moved to an electronic means of tracking passengers. So now drivers are able to enter as passengers board the bus, they were able to log each passenger into an iPad, and that iPad will automatically upload the information into two different systems, Sparrow Labs for Dial-A-Ride and Paratransit, and TripShot for fixed route. For Q2, our fixed route served just under 16,000 passengers, and on the ADA and Dial-A-Ride services served just over 5,600 passengers, for a total passenger count for Q2 of just under 21,300. In comparison, when we looked at last year's passenger counts for the same time period, there was a very slight increase, less than 1% in the second quarter of fiscal year 2026. We see that the decline, there was a decline in fixed route passengers of a little over 1,200, while in Dial-A-Ride and RADA vans, we did see an increase in passengers. Madera Metro is funded by a variety of different sources. They include federal, state, and regional funding resources. The source composition is approximately 50% federal, so funding from the Federal Transit Administration, 40% state. We have received grants such as the AHC grant from the Office of Housing and Development from the state. We've received in the past PTMISCA funding, SB1 State of Good Repair funding. We also receive regional funds such as LTF and Measure T. Now, specifically with LTF and Measure T has different allocation pots that are eligible for purposes of transit. We fall under the flexible program component, and this component up to 21% can be used toward public transit improvements. However, we do some of this allocation is shared with our engineering department for other public street improvements. LTF is also shared with engineering for local street and road improvements. However, local transit needs must first be met. So staff works together, grant staff works together with engineering staff annually as we put together our TDA application, which includes this LTF funding, to determine what the needs are. Funds are designated for transit operation specific purposes with limited opportunity to spend beyond this purpose. An example of a limited purpose is pouring concrete pouring concrete for a sidewalk, so with the installation or the repair of a bus stop, bus shelter. We can use transit funding for sidewalk, but it can only be within so many feet of that bus stop or bus shelter. So we can't do like blocks on end leading up to the bus stop. Transit expenses include city staff, which includes 2 mechanics, the bus stop maintenance and cleaning, our contract with MV, and special transit projects. No city monies are used in funding the city's transit operations. Our expenditures for the second quarter for fixed route, we can see there was an increase from fiscal year 24-25. The quarter 2 expenditures were approximately 589,000, while the Dollar Ride ADA paratransit expenditures also increased and were just shy of 431,000. Again, part of this increase is due to an increase in contractor fees. The city's on-time performance objective is 90% or greater for fixed route and Dollar Ride. We can see that across, almost across the board, with the exception of Dollar Ride, we are meeting that target. A vehicle is considered on time if it departs a scheduled time point no more than 1 minute early and no more than 5 minutes late. So we can see that Dollar Ride is coming in just shy of that across 3 months. We are working with our operator in assessing, that their on-time performance, and some of it is just getting delayed from one stop to the other and trying to pick up as many passengers as possible. Sometimes Dollar Ride buses are pulled from their Dollar Ride into fixed route if there's some other form of delay. So there's different scenarios that could occur that could impact Dollar Ride, but it is something that we are working with our operator on. Madera Metro, so additional reporting includes fleet performance, driver management, and driver assaults. Under fleet performance, we did have 1 mechanical failure that led to a tow, and there was 1 accident reported this quarter. Under driver management, there were 4 new hires during quarter 2. MV staff received training on distracted drivers, blind spots, and using proper body mechanics. There were 2 verbal assaults during the second quarter in December. Both of the verbal assaults, were from the same passenger, and each assault was documented. As a result of this assault, and according to the code of conduct, this passenger is no longer able to utilize our services. There were no complaints during second quarter that we received or that MV received. There were a couple of special events that Madera Metro participated in. The first was held on December 5th, and it was our downtown Christmas lights parade. We had a vehicle in that parade. We also had the Jolly Trolley parade that we partner with Parks with. There were a total of, this event took place December 19th. We pulled 10 buses off of our routes, and there were a total of 134 participants that evening. Marketing during the second quarter included numerous social media posts. Given the holiday season, we do notify the public in as much of advance as possible. We do this through social media. Flyers were also posted on the buses well in advance of the holidays. We also provided the Madera Food Bank flyers with fair details for their November and December food box distributions. We continue working with the food bank for ongoing distribution so that this information continues to go out to the public. Staff also met with Madera Unified School District Director of Community Services to share route and fare information. So Madera Metro project updates. We do have a few projects underway. We have the renovation of the intermodal facility. Plans are, our final specification plans are with our contractor, and we are waiting for their final feedback so that we can move forward in releasing having an RFP reviewed and released. The feasibility study, we just heard about this study. As Steve mentioned, there is an outreach event tomorrow at the community college. It will be held in person and via Zoom. It's an informational workshop for the students there. And we are working toward finalizing our transit options based on community engagement. And the third is a canopy installation at the Madera Transit Center. Our contractor is currently working on it, and he is making good progress, and it will be completed no later than May 2026. And I believe, yep, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you for that. I bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or concerns. I see none. I will open it for public comment. Anybody in the chamber? I see none. Anybody online or on Zoom? Do we have Councilwoman Mejia's hand up just in case? Because I can't see anything. No, okay. I'll close public comment at this time. It was informational only, so thank you for that report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Moving on to E4, 4th of July celebration. That will be presented by Parks and Rec Director Aber. Look, you're not at the end, Director Aber. Oh, you are at the end too. Ooh, sorry. Take that back. Now and the end.
Oh, not at the end, but not yet. Anyway, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, guests, colleagues, Joe Hebert presenting item E4, 4th of July celebration. And let's go ahead. During the February 4th, 2026 council meeting, council requested that staff prepare an update regarding the 4th of July celebration and fireworks display. This report provides a historic overview of the event and serves as a foundation for discussion regarding the city's role in recent years following its reintroduction of the Greater Madera Kiwanis Club. If you look at your package, I kind of gave you a summary of the history, which was actually pretty interesting when I did the research. I won't go into a lot of details, but in 1903, what happened, the city did not have a 4th of July celebration. And it was caused a lot of embarrassment to the city because neighboring cities actually did have a celebration, and our streets were pretty much bare at that time. So in 1904, what happened was they instituted an elaborate parade that was held down Yosemite Street. And this parade started the whole impetus of 4th of July celebration in Madera. These parades continued for a number of years, and the historic term was Victorian comforts. And what those Victorian comforts were they were handing out ice water in wooden barrels. They had seats set up for people to sit down, and this eventually evolved into a tradition where the parades got bigger and bigger, where you had floats, and they actually had the term I've never heard before, and I don't know that it's ever been spoken in this chamber, which was Goddess of Liberty beauty queens that were actually going on floats down Yosemite as well. And these were the traditions of the parade, and the parade got bigger and bigger, and there were bands, there were music, and it's actually a pretty big event. So that takes us into really where we've evolved. And so some of the challenges that this parade evolved into was it moved on from a parade into a fireworks spectacular. And over the years, in the modern era, what we've found is that there were cancellations or funding issues with the city. There were COVID issues, there were vendor issues, and these things continued. So we had start stops, and things didn't happen smoothly. The city historically hosted the event at the fairgrounds and at Town and Country Park and at the golf courts. Due to budget constraints, the city stopped hosting the event in 2017. Several years ago, the Kiwanis Club relaunched the event at the fairgrounds, and that was through donations, and there was actually a donation of $10,000 from Mid-Valley Disposal. Earlier this month, the Kiwanis Club approached the city to explore options for the 2026 celebration coming up in July. No notable financial impact is associated with the writing of this report. The cost of the 4th of July celebration, if assumed by the city, is still to be determined. But we do have kind of a line of sight on some of the costs. I mean, the devil's in the details, but basically an approximation would be for the fireworks show about $37,000, fairgrounds rental and including the state fire marshal about $7K, advertising $2K, and the fireworks event is free of charge to the citizenry. And this report is for information only, and that concludes my presentation if you have any questions.
Thank you for that. I'll bring it back to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Go first.
Go ahead.
I think I know very little bit about this event, but just to speak on it, I think just the city and the Kiwanis is looking for a great partnership together. We've had a partnership through the years of putting this on, and you know, I would like to see that it come across that it's not something that we want to keep it going. We want to keep moving forward, but we want to have the city have a bigger part in what's going on. So, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gallegos. And again, thank you, Director Hebert, for the providing some context of how this event evolved. Over the last couple of years, since 2017, as you mentioned, I think the city, due to budgetary constraints, had held back on the celebration, and this was being held at the golf course. But there was always conversation between myself and part of the Kiwanis, Councilmember Zachariah, bringing it back. So we were able to gather some electeds and community leaders, partners, to come meet at the fairground over the last, I think, maybe 3-4 years ago. And our attempt was really to try to get this back in a controlled area. We thought the fairgrounds would be the best. Obviously, the city was always a great partner. City has been a great partner. County has been involved, you know, and other private organizations that have helped us. Obviously, Mid-Valley being one of your bigger ones, but you also have a lot of the private and companies that partake. So I think for us, it would be a great joy for this council to continue that. Now, I know that there's a budget that is of concern, but let me tell you this, that every single year, the Kiwanis has been able to gather close to $40,000 to $45,000 to get this, again, in cooperation with the city, the county, and other partners. And we feel very strong that it will, but it's very hard to put the burden on one person. And typically that lies on Councilmember Zachariah, which is mainly a good portion of the Kiwanis. Myself, we help with trying to gather donations, but I think in a partnership with the Kiwanis and the city, I still think we can still bring this together for our citizenry and also be able to provide an excellent fireworks show. I think there's some constraints with contracts. We are celebrating the 250 years again, so I think it's going to be big. I think it's important for us to move on this. If there isn't direction, I would advise that we at least try to come to a consensus to see if we can have the city take on this project. I would hate for us to revert back and then bring it back 5, 10 years later, when you have this momentum already building in the community. And that's all I have for now, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
And just with that direction, I would ask if the council would entertain a motion to approve $20,000. And this is more to help secure the fireworks vendor at this time and bring back a full budget. I know Joe has brought about some numbers, but to bring a full budget of understanding, but again, knowing that we're going to continue to raise this money through community efforts as well. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to date myself. I'm talking about 40 years ago. I was part of Parks and Rec when we did the fireworks. The city of Madera did it. I was like a teenager at that time, and it was a great event. I think it's something the city probably could handle and take back. When we did run it many years ago, we had all the service clubs that were part of it. So maybe we can go to the table with the Lions Club, with the Rotary, noon and morning Rotary, and then the Kiwanis, all be a part of this great adventure that we're going to take on as the city, but we need partners in that. So not putting it on one service club, maybe bringing everyone in, and even looking at to see if the fairgrounds could like somehow donate their amount to use the facility because it's a city event. And I know they're bound by the state, but it doesn't hurt to ask that there's something the city as a government agency is going to be taking on, that maybe we can get like a consideration of a waiver that we do for many of our events that happen in the city for different entities like Madera Unified or different clubs that are doing events that happen on our properties. So that's just a comment. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Gagos. And I forgot to add, I do apologize, but there is other service clubs that are very part of this and have been part of this here. Again, Rotary, Evening Lions, they've always been a great partnership. I think we've included them since the inception of this event that we've put together. Also, I just wanted to let folks know that the issue comes around, how do we get the money, right? And the city has always had great partnership with a lot of these vendors. So when they give us the Kiwanis the money, they're always thinking they're doing the business with the city. So in a case like this, I think it's best to have the city be the forefront of it. We on the back end can generate the funds, or at least gather the support to bring in money to the city to be able to pay for this event. We're hoping that, again, we've done this for going on 4 years, and we've met every single budget item. So we haven't, as a matter of fact, I think we had some seed money to continue for the following year. We also want to propose that same thing. Again, speaking as a council member and also as a Kiwanis, that the partnership continues so that we continue this event and we don't let it lapse. It just gets harder and harder for us to bring something like this back. There's a lot of momentum that was built before it, so.
Thank you for your comment. So my question would be, Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah is asking for a $20,000 motion. Is that coming out of the parks budget? Is it coming out of what fund would be looking to use that money from?
If council provides direction, we can take the $20,000 from fund balance. And those are funds that have not been allocated as part of this year's budget. And so we can most definitely do that. And then at the next council meeting, with direction from council, obviously, but teeing off of what Councilmember Zachariah and Councilmember Rodriguez noted, is that we would come back with a full budget breakdown after meeting with the Kiwanis Club, after meeting with some of the other service clubs, and we would obviously try to have that back at the next meeting, because timing is always a bit challenging, especially with a couple of months to go. So hopefully so it would be fund balance if that's the direction of council.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yeah, and I know it's a big ticket item, so I just want to make sure that people understand that through our agreement that we have with Mid-Valley, $10,000 that money goes towards this event. So it's not like we're saying, hey, fork out $20,000. Part of those 10,000 is there. The other monies, again, is something that we through Kiwanis have been able to gather through different donors like PG&E, Begundes, Richard Spencer Construction, private people, the county, and other partnerships that come together And that again amounts to that amount that's needed for this 4th of July fireworks spectacular. I mean, we've called it the spectacular. We want to continue that same tradition going, but I wanted to make sure that's clear, that it's not necessarily we're just forking out money that we don't already have. It's money that's coming your way. You already have it anticipated for this event, and then the remaining balance should be able to, we should be able to garner that through support from the community.
Thank you for that comment. I open it up for public comment at this time. Anybody online or on Zoom, City Clerk Gonzalez?
We have none, Mayor.
Councilwoman Mejia have her hand up.
I do.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to my colleagues for a motion for that direction.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor, if I may add, a few seconds ago, I recommended fund balance, which does have funding in there for this. However, I would also ask council to provide staff with some leeway. We could potentially use the city manager's contingency account, which does have money that was allocated. I simply want to make sure that I don't to allocate that if it's already been allocated. I'm trying to go off the top of my head and I can't recall. But
Okay.
if it's okay by council, I would prefer to use the city manager's contingency account if there's adequate funds. If there are not adequate funds, we would tap the fund balance if that's appropriate.
Okay, and so with that, are we able to, when we do get the donations, to put that money back in that account?
We would put it back in either the city manager's contingency account or fund balance, depending on where the money originates from.
Okay.
That's typically how the city operates. Wherever the money originates from,
Right.
it goes right back into the account.
Okay, thank you. So I'll entertain a motion in a second.
I'll second, Councilman.
I mean, I'd like to make a formal motion
Yes.
to ask for $20,000 for the securing of the fireworks vendor.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Montes,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia,
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas,
Yes.
Mayor Gallegos.
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
thank you for that report, Director Aber. Moving on.
Item 5, commercial exterior paint color palette.
All right, and that will be presented from our new Director of Planning Manager, excuse me, who's preparing for us for the first time, and he's going to probably need some assistance. You got this?
Mayor Gallegos, Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah, and members of the council, David Berletic, Planning Manager. This item is an administrative report regarding commercial paint color for exteriors. And this report was requested by the council because he wanted to take a look at and review what regulations do we have in place, or what could we put in place to regulate color of buildings for commercial properties. No action is required. This is really an opportunity for you to talk about what you might like to explore, or if there are opportunities. Again, no action is required, but you may direct staff to take some action. The city has two main opportunities to address or have input to aesthetics for commercial development. Those two times occur when we're going through a planning entitlement with the planning department. Planning entitlements are site plan review, that's administrative level, or conditional use permit that might be at the planning commission, or precise plans or subdivisions that go to the city council. That's the first opportunity we have to have input on what standards are in place and need to be addressed. The other is when we're processing building permits with the building division. Of those two different types, when we're going through the planning review, that's when you're looking at the land use, the form, things that may be subjective. And there's some discretionary application when we're making those reviews. When we're going through planning or building review, those are more building code requirements that are objective, and they're ministerial. What you wanted to talk about tonight was paint color. That's preference. That's somewhat subjective. While we have those opportunities to look at our standards and apply those, there are mechanisms that cities have authority to provide additional input. We make reference to Government Code Section 65850, and that cites the city's authority to adopt regulations to protect the scenic beauty and general welfare of the community, and that can include aesthetics and paint color. We do have references in our code that talk about paint, but they're very limited. There are just a couple. There's a handful. There's one area that's referring to requirements for graffiti abatement, that when we paint over graffiti, we match the color of the building that's already there. Another area is that when we have vacant buildings and we're going to board up windows or board up other openings, that those boards be painted to match the color of the building that they're going on to. And then the last is really just a reference that's very specific for telecommunication towers, and that's keeping a neutral tone, but also when we're doing monopoles that look like trees, that we use colors that match. So they're very specific to more nuisance problems, not so much aesthetics of what we want the community to look like. What we use to get to what we want the community to look like is commercial development design guidelines. And they provide directions on features that can be incorporated into projects, most of the time. Those guidelines are intended that projects meet the standard that the community is looking for. It's important to recognize the style and design of projects stems from the property owner, from the designer, the project proponent, what wants to go there. So while we recognize there's what the community wants to see, there's also the property owner or developer's preference. But the city wants to provide input, and we want to have a starting point where we do that. And prior to that planning review process, applicants are encouraged to meet with development department staff. That's when we'll introduce those guidelines and say, this is what the community wants to see and wants to look like. We recognize they have their own vision, but we want to share with them the community's vision that you've shared with us. It's important to note that the design guidelines were not intended to be adopted as an ordinance. There's too much that goes into development across the board throughout the community. It wasn't intended that they be adopted as an ordinance because they don't apply everywhere all the time to every project. Throughout that planning review process I mentioned earlier, staff is referring to those design guidelines, sharing those with the applicant, and those areas that are addressed in those guidelines that we're sharing, those typically transform into conditions of approval for projects. So while they're not in an ordinance, they do wind up getting into the conditions of approval that are either approved administratively by the commission or by the council. The guidelines cover quite a few areas, not just paint, but what you wanted to talk about tonight was paint color. So in those guidelines, there are specific references to paint. They're in the report that I provided to you, but they include statements that say the building should not be distinguished by its color, but rather the color should be used to enhance the architectural features and should complement the character of the district that it's in. Color schemes should tie buildings together. Multiple colors may be used on a certain facade, but you don't want to use more than 3 more often than not. Combinations of extremely dark colors or a monochromatic approach are discouraged. Color choices should fit the material that's being used. Intense, bright, or fluorescent colors should be used sparingly, and the main and the trim should have some variation. Building projections like chimneys and outcroppings should match or complement the color of the surface that they come from. So there's a limit to what we have to use. We've covered what the city already has in place. It's the design guidelines. Part of what you wanted to know for this report was, what do other communities do? So we took a look at other communities, specifically ones that had regulations in place that pertain to paint. Some cities use a design review board to evaluate and approve what's going to be, what can be used. Some may have specific color palettes that they've adopted for certain districts, a downtown district, a historic district, or a specified geographic area of commercial activity. They could also have zoning ordinances that establish standards for certain zones district-wide, light commercial, heavy commercial, industrial. The regulations can occur in different forms. They could be through pre-approved palettes or colors. They could be through regulations that are adopted that say that they need to get approval from administratively from staff or through some other process, or they could have restrictions on nuisance colors. For the cities that we reviewed that did have regulations, it's important to note that existing buildings weren't required to repaint to meet those whatever color palettes may be adopted. Those regulations were really intended for new development, much like our development standards are intended for new development. However, there was one jurisdiction that we saw that did have a mechanism in place, an ordinance that said administrative approval was necessary when you were repainting the building. So those are the things that we have in place. Those are what some other communities have. That concludes what I wanted to present to you tonight and leave you with alternatives. You can direct staff to explore ordinance amendment. You may have some other direction you'd like to explore, or you may have no further direction. I'm available for questions.
Thank you for that report. I'll bring it back to my colleagues. Woo, same time. Here we go. Councilmember Montez.
So I know this has kind of been talked about, I think, before. My question would be, and I think you touched on it a little bit, we're not going to require anybody to repaint an existing building. The enforcement mechanism, I imagine, would be through code enforcement. And then really the implementation or the control would be at the design phase. Would anything that's being proposed stop, say, like a corporation that has pretty unique colors that they have the same colors everywhere? I'm thinking of like Walmart's, I'm thinking of like Target's, right? Because those buildings are red generally, which I can see those being very bold. They're not necessarily enhancing the architecture of the building. It's like, it's a Target because they have their Target, and then usually it's a red building, right? Or am I getting that wrong?
Sometimes when you put regulations in place and you're specifying, being very, very specific, you'll run into where that can clash with national retailers. So that's the other side of what we need to consider when you're thinking about this tonight, is that there's a reason why we don't want to be rigid, because we don't want to run into problems where there may be a national retailer that we want, and we're going to have a very abrupt point where they don't match. We'd rather have some flexibility where we can encourage them to change or modify or adapt what they normally do to fit what we want to see. When we have something that's adopted in the ordinance and it's very rigid, we don't have much room to work.
Right, because I mean, I can see somebody, and this was the dilemma when, enforcing, right? Hey, well, they're doing it. Why can't I? And then sometimes you don't have a good answer. It's like, well, you're breaking the rules, and I have you in front of me now, right? And we'll deal with them at a certain point. But I guess that's my question. That's what you're envisioning, having something that while we can have some input, it's not super rigid. So some corporation or any business, right, that wants to come in, because it doesn't necessarily have to be like a large corporation, would be able to navigate our processes to say, hey, while this may be a little bit outside, it's not, I don't know. I mean, there's really no code against ugly, right? And that's, one person's ugly might be somebody else's beauty. But that's something that staff would be prepared to navigate if things like that come through.
Yeah, we'll say subjective.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gallegos. So at this time, the city doesn't really have any mechanism that would say you can't paint your building a certain way, right? There's nothing in place other than, yes, we could definitely develop some type of amendment to the ordinance or add some policy. But at this time, if we saw something that was just way out of whack, I mean, they have their legal right to have that, right? I mean, I don't think there's anything we can do at this time other than they're asking for an entitlement, some permit or something that's going to come before the planning. And at that moment, maybe subject to, this is what we'd like this permit to have.
If it's new development, we can
Yes.
stand on, we don't think that color works where you want to put it. And how far we can get with that, I couldn't say. With regard to something that's already in existence, you don't need a permit to paint something.
Yes.
So if it's existing development, there's nothing we have in place that I'm aware of. If it's new development, we have design guidelines that we say this is what we want to see, and we'll be aggressive about that.
So at this time, we don't have that, but you mentioned something earlier that if we do, we can encounter some issues if we have, for example, I mean, you mentioned like a chain store like a Target or something like that, or something bigger that may want to come, but because we have these rigid rules, and that may be a deal breaker for them.
That may be an extreme scenario,
Yeah.
but it's in the spectrum.
I got it.
And if I could,
Yes.
Councilmember, I've actually seen that in other jurisdictions where they've tried to get in a larger, big box or whatever, not necessarily big box, but national or international corporations, and it doesn't match up with where their designs are. And because of the impediments that we already have here in California with regards to CEQA and everything else, you just said we're just going to go to the adjacent community with our business. And so it actually ended up driving, ironically, business out. But some places, on the other hand, where it's very desirable to go in, it used to be San Francisco was a good example of that. You would see the branding being muted or modified, the tiny McDonald's signs, they weren't big, they didn't have the traditional things for the buildings. So it just depends what your market is like, given our economic status here, and given the current economy of California, it's probably going to be a challenge at this time if there's too many constraints.
So I know with new projects that are coming through, I mean, obviously that's something that we can reference, but again, with existing legal counsel, would we be shooting ourselves in the foot by doing something like that, or would be welcoming something litigation to some extent?
Potentially, I mean, you can, I hate to say it, but there's the old joke that it's too bad that attorneys have such a bad reputation from the acts of just 1 or 200,000 bad attorneys. And so you can sue basically anyone for anything. And what I've seen happen is the big players will leave. They just won't even get involved, and they'll go someplace else because they can do that. If you try to do too much of imposing conditions, that can lead to challenges by the developers. With regards to aesthetics, I mean, that's been a question of what is beauty for 2,500 years when the Greeks first posed it. We do have some control over that as a city. So from a purely legal perspective, if you wanted to put constraints on, you certainly could do that. I've found what is least likely to give rise to lawsuits and provide flexibility is to have guidelines versus ordinances, or to have even sometimes design review boards. The challenge with design review boards is first of all, you have to find people to be on them, which can be difficult. Second of all, sometimes they don't agree with each other, even with the guidelines that they have. And so it doesn't provide consistency to the development community. So there's advantages and disadvantages with all the approaches. Most cities, I would say, and I'm looking at David here, a vast majority try to use some sort of guidelines. I'm also looking at the city manager here as a kind of to set the outer boundaries of what is expected for a new development.
Got it, got it. In this case, like with our local committees, like the beautification committee, I mean, they would also be set by those guidelines, but they couldn't really enforce someone to say, hey, this is how we want it to be. I mean, they could certainly have a say in what they'd like to see, I mean, for beautification purposes, but not necessarily.
Yeah, and one way you could enforce that is through an ordinance, require that for a CUP or something else that it go to your beautification committee or your design review committee or whatever, for recommendation to the planning commission. So that does something enforce it. Challenge with that approach is it adds another layer to the improvement process. So you've got to go out, got to get them, they need to have a quorum, make a decision, and then make the recommendation to the planning commission. So that's an extra step in the process.
Thank you, Shannon. And thank you again, David.
Thank you for that comment. Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
So I think through seeing a lot of the things coming through planning, what I would see is, corporations come around, they say they want these things, but because you have that rigidity, they're still flexible. They don't just give up on it. So I wouldn't be too scared to say, because we have some guidelines that are maybe a little bit more heavy-handed, that they're just going to give up. They may want and give some pushback to say, well, we want to use maybe this color because it's in our palette, and you may have to be accepting of that. I think for me, the concern is you go through the planning, you tell them it's got to look like this and you got to be within this palette. They build it and they match it. And then 2 years later, they sell it to somebody else who paints it purple because they don't have to go through the CUP process or the getting that planning approval. And now it's all, they can do whatever they want. And I think for us, it's reminding ourselves that we're not just looking for that business, we're protecting the surrounding business. Say, I don't want a purple business. It lowers my property value, distracts from my business. So that's again why as planning, we say we want some consistency within a district so that everything kind of looks a certain way with some flexibility, but it should somehow flow together. And that's kind of what I would think is coming about.
You have a problem with purple?
Where we have projects that have gone through the entitlement process more recently, where we've been specific about what it needs to look like, we go back and look at those conditions of approval and look at the site plan. And that's something that we can enforce. This needs to look like what was approved in 2015 or 2010, or whatever year it was. I think we may be getting situations where stuff that's being painted, we don't have that history with, that it goes too far back, that we don't have that original, here's what it was supposed to look like. And we do have the authority, and through code enforcement, to go make it look like it was approved. We get that with signage. We can get that with color. There are issues that we do go back to the project approval and say, this is what was approved and it needs to stay that way.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah about, we do want our city to look nice. We want residents to know and be proud of where they're living and where they're driving and what their kids see, because it just gives a respect to the whole cleanliness of the city of Madera. And I think that's important. So I get that. I think what we have to do also is look at our existing developments that we have and come up with a guideline for those existing buildings so that we are covering our bases with brand new buildings, with the CUPs, with Planning Commission, but we're also looking at the existing buildings that we need to change that color palette. Because I looked at the report and I highlighted some of the parts that other cities are doing, like pre-approved palettes and colors, but make the guidelines not so restricted where it's just, we're highly suggesting it, wording it where we're not, I don't know if we want to say this is what you have to do, but we're highly suggesting this. And maybe it has to go to approval through administration or the Planning Commission, where they have the final say of what's happening. We do have Councilwoman Mejia has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering whether it would be possible to have some type of incentive to that the city could provide, maybe like a matching, like helping people be able to repaint their buildings if we do adopt guidelines or an ordinance for a color palette.
I did talk about that, Councilwoman Mejia, at the last meeting about maybe using cannabis money to use an incentive, or the council to come up some other kind of a grant to help those existing buildings to repaint to our palette. And staff could always come back with that information. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Evans.
Yes, thank you for your report. What I would like to ask is, I understand that we can't just maybe force people to select, but as a city as a whole and a body, the suggestions that we offer, that they stay within the realm of, as you say, a color palette, and those cities, those businesses that are coming in would understand, okay, these are the colors that we recommend. And, they may very well have a choice, but not be so much out of the spectrum of the browns and the purples and the other colors, but just say on a basis. Now, I will commend the fact that those of you that came to Pan Am the other day, the color that's on Pan Am is absolutely gorgeous. And see something like that downtown, or even in the palettes of that, would highlight and enlighten the city as itself, as opposed to having the mismatch colors of everything going all which way. And it would, bring pride to our city, because Yosemite for example, is basically the downtown area. And when you drive down there, it's mismatch. So to drive and see things flow in an even basis would be so much better. So maybe not say that you have to, but a strong recommendation in keeping everything in a color spectrum. Is that something that can be done?
May I respond to that?
Please.
Excellent. Yeah, so actually, Will came up and was reminding me of something, so thank you, Will. So one of the options that you could do as a city council is adopt an approved color palette. And that is the foundation or the default, saying here are the ranges, here's your basic ways of doing it. But then build in a safety valve. And the safety valve could be for exceptions. Then you could have a process for doing that. That may be either an administrative approval to allow it, or even like an appeal to the planning commission. So there is an opportunity for people that may have exceptional circumstances to be able to present and get a feedback on what their color palette would do, while at the same time providing certainty for what is already pre-approved. So if they know that they reach those color palettes, they're going to be fine.
Thank you for that comment. And I think with the color palette, it would also help our public works department because when there's graffiti, we want to clean it up right away. And if we have a color palette, we have those colors on site that we can go out there and just take care of it right away. And most of our residents wouldn't even know something had gotten graffitied because we will take care of it. It's hard to match those colors of buildings that we don't have those on our site. So it would help overall our whole city and our residents, I think, if we did something like that. Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Just to keep it short and just to kind of add to Councilman Montes's point, I mean, like they're having a clause like if there's a branding color, like again, if it's Target and then red is their color or McDonald's or yellow, whatever, that maybe that can add to their ability to use some of those colors, but not just overly paint the entire building that color. But I think branding is important to these companies, big or small, so that could be part of that clause as well.
Okay, so let me open it for public comment first. Anybody in the chamber have anything?
Come on, Glenn.
So what you're saying is it the way the yellow is painted on or just the color itself? Because I think the building looks nice. It's a nice change from the majority of Madera. To me, it's boring. I grew up on the coast. I love being on the beach and seeing different colored buildings. The reason why I think you're getting what I call graffiti, some people call tagged, is because they want to see something different. They don't want to see the same boring looking buildings. 2 weeks ago, council member Villegas, he was wearing a really cool suit. He had red on it and stuff. I thought that was super normal. Everybody in this room, they're all wearing the same basic colored jacket. They're a calm color, but I really thought his outfit looked cool 2 weeks ago.
The
I'm
aura
just-
hit me. I got
What?
hit with it. The aura hit me. I was like, I got a.
I'm probably the only person in Madera, according to this room, that thinks that yellow looks, I don't know, I guess disgusting or whatever you want to call it.
No.
It's different. Maderans are supposed to be different. I mean, you're proud of your city and you're all intelligent, but didn't anybody see them paint it while it was being painted? Because I mean, it's the painting, the way that they painted it looks, the painting was not done professionally. But I think that if they painted it a solid yellow, it would, I mean, I would love to see if the building's ever going to get tagged because it's yellow. As opposed to, I mean, there's been buildings out by Ross that get tagged. Then yes, but if you've got a ton of boring brown paint in stock, yeah, it's going to get painted back over quick because you've got plenty of it on hand. I've been listening to this whole discussion about that building, and I find it disappointing that people don't want buildings of different colors in Madera because of where I grew up. So I'll stop.
Thank
there.
you for your comment. City Clerk Gonzalez, anybody online or on Zoom?
Councilmember Mejia.
We have none. However, I do see Councilwoman Mejia's hand raised.
Okay, Councilwoman Mejia?
Mayor, I think that part of the discussion should also include what that would mean for murals. I know that in the past, our community has rallied behind murals that they express the sentiment of the community, but be it a cultural expression or former members of our community. And I think that that's an important part of the discussion that should also be considered.
And I think somebody else could probably answer. I'm going to try to answer that. Murals, they have to apply for a permit and be approved to put a mural. No, not correct. Okay, so Will's going to answer it because Director Tackett's going to give that comment. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Will Tackett. No, we do not have prescriptive codified regulations on murals, and nor are they a regulated item. They are mentioned in our sign ordinance, but it's written as a guideline. They are intended to uphold communal values and be consistent with our policies. And that's all the more language or regulation that we have relative to murals.
Great. Perfect. Thank you for that answer. Clears up everything. So let me see if I get this correct. It sounds like the council direction would be to go to approved color palette with safety measures in place of expectations that would go back into the planning commission.
I just want to make sure we're defining at what stage, because I didn't quite understand.
If there's expectations like a corporation comes in and they have a brand.
But I'm just in general, someone purchased an existing building, is doing the same type of work. Don't know if they're gonna have to go through a CUP. They go out and they paint their building. I mean, that's kind of where what's the deal there? I mean, is that specific for something else?
It's probably that, and then to add existing development guidelines.
Council members, yes, that's something that would need to be defined in the ordinance. At present, the trigger or threshold for entitlement is additions to buildings or changes in sites. So we would need to modify that or include new provisions to specify clearly that the repainting of a building would also trigger a discretionary process.
So if someone wanted to paint their building, they'd have to come before the city council to say, I want to paint my building now.
If that's the way the ordinance was written, but it could also be written to be considered at the administrative level of staff, the planning commission level, or the council. Additionally, those provisions could include provisions for appeal, right? Administrative, this starts at the administrative level. If someone is unsatisfied with the decision of the director or the planning manager, that can be appealed to the commission, which can be appealed to the council and run through the process that way.
Okay, and that doesn't open up for any litigation.
And I'll defer on that, but again, it would have to be part of a discretionary process that provides that remedy.
So, and that's what I would add, is just that we're very cautious on how we word that, so that we're not discriminating anyone specifically that wants to go pink, purple, and or yellow.
Okay, I have some other comments here.
Mayor, just so I'm clear from my end. This is only going to apply to commercial, right? It's not going to apply to residential or industrial. Your request to staff is to come back with some palettes for presentation to the city council for approval, and that can include a variety of palette options. That would be for potentially new and existing remodel, repaints, whatever that's going on. And that there would be a recommendation, or staff would have proposals for how we handle murals as part of that process.
And safeguard guidelines for,
The safety valves for the corporate business.
I had one last, just to make sure, is this retro? Would this be moving forward?
It would be moving forward unless you wanted to pay for every paint job and.
moving forward, once it's approved by the council.
And if I may, Shannon, council, one more point. As the zoning regulations or ordinance is currently written, we would need to bring back a resolution to initiate the text amendment to be adopted by the council before we could proceed.
Correct. Councilmember Montes.
I think this was in what Councilmember Rodriguez was asking, but so say somebody, right, because we know everybody goes and gets their permits when they're supposed to, right? I would like for painting, guarantee you nobody's gonna check. Like they're gonna buy a building or they're gonna have a building. They're not gonna come to the council to know about this. They're gonna paint their building and that's gonna trigger what? A site plan review. What is that gonna trigger for them? Or they're gonna have to return it to the original condition, which would, again, they would still need permission for that. So what is that gonna do to somebody? Because I guarantee you, people are not gonna know.
It will happen. And yes, the method of enforcement would be through code, notices of violation and corrective action, whatever that corrective action may be. It might be the filing of an entitlement to have the color that was painted without a permit reviewed and considered as to whether or not it complies.
Okay, so it would have to go through the review process. So if the inspector says, hey, yeah, you repainted, but you repainted within the color palette that's approved, no harm, no foul, or does it still have to go through? Like they can't make that determination, the enforcement.
Really depends on the way we write it and adopt it.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, it'll be interesting, whatever happens.
Councilmember Evans.
Yes, in reference to having everyone to paint it the same color or in within the color palette, there are communities that you have to, when you purchase your property, they let you know at the beginning, these are the colors that you can use. And if by chance you go out of the color spectrum that they have, you will be violated, receive a fine, and you still have to change your property back to the color palette that is within the organization. So anyone purchasing property prior to, okay, then this is what we're going to offer and this is what will have to be. But those coming in afterwards, it needs to be written somewhere when you're signing on the dotted line that these are the colors that are specified and this is what you must build your building at and this is the colors that your building has to be. Can we do that or no? Because I know
That's also something I would look to direction from legal counsel.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but there's just so many ways that this can go.
True.
So
I'm sorry, Shan, the reason I say that is because of what ability we have within the real estate process.
yeah, so and Councilmember Rodriguez has much better knowledge as to the real estate process, but generally the state sets the requirements as to what notices have to be provided. And then, but it's generally presumed that if you're a commercial candidate, you would be sufficiently sophisticated to use due diligence as part of that process. But do you have any additional thoughts, Councilmember?
There's just a seller questionnaire. There's a lot of information that goes out and disclosures that go out to whatever buyer, but I don't think anything discloses there that you have to have this particular color. Again, it reverts back to, I mean, maybe the city's ordinances and what have you, but then here's the thing. You record that document. Here's a commercial building that's just purchased. Does that get a trigger down to, it gets a trigger to the assessor's office, the county's office, but it doesn't come back here to say, hey, we got a new building that just got purchased. Maybe we ought to tag this and make sure that it go through administrative process. I don't see that may be a lot more than what we
Yeah, there's
potentially
no
want.
mechanism in place for that. And if we were, it'd probably be quite expensive because just as you know, even to get a preliminary title report, you're dropping anywhere from $500 to $700 per parcel.
Now to Councilwoman Evans, you know, with conditions, covenants and restrictions in these particular subdivisions, yes, you're gonna have those things. And HOAs may do the same, but I don't know how it works. I think
Yeah,
here,
they're a private contract.
you'd have to.
Well, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but if you go to Bakersfield and you go downtown Bakersfield, almost every building is the same color. And it's within the spectrum of them saying you will or you don't. So.
And you do, as a council, do have authority to do that. One of the things that some of these communities have done, and I can't remember if Bakersfield has done this, they usually have districts that they designate and say, here's the approved color palette for this district. Here's the approved architectural theme. We do not want, you know, Western. We do not want New Age. We do not want postmodernism. We want, I don't know, Mediterranean or name whatever it is that they're using. And then the other thing that they will often do, I think to some of the council members' comments, is they will set up programs, facade improvement programs or painting improvement programs to help the existing businesses come into compliance, and it provides them with an economic incentive so that if they know that they're going to be using those funds from that program, they're going to be saving money, but it has to be done according to an approved palette that's been authorized by the city.
RDA did that years ago. Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
I think to Will's point is, you know, if you're a business and you want to get going quickly, you're going to comply with the pallet and not fight the process and go through the process and fight and fight and fight. I mean, you might be that one off, but most people are going to say, if that's what I got to do, that's what I'm going to do, and they're going to comply. It's just the mechanism when they don't, or if they do it without notice, that I think we need to figure out what we want to do.
Okay. Director Tackett, do you kind of know the direction, or do you need it summarized again?
May I state my understanding of the direction for the city clerk at least, so when she writes this down in her minutes, she'll be able to get it. So this would apply to commercial property. Staff is directed to bring back a pallet or a series of pallets for approval and consideration by the city council. This would include both new and existing buildings. And stop me, Arnold, if I'm missing something. We need to have an appeal process for a safety valve for exceptions or a national, the bigger ones with approved themes for their marketing purposes. We need to address murals as to how those are handled. And did I miss something?
You captured everything, Councilmember Mejia, and had indicated earlier potentially bringing back an item to discuss some kind of paint incentive program. And for clarification, I do think council, not necessarily this evening, but if we're only talking commercial, the question to me would become, does hospitality come into play, and do offices come into play? There are some buildings on our major historically commercial corridors that are office designations, and there's offices in them. For example, a dental office. That's not necessarily a commercial, it's an office use. So that's something that council may want to provide some thought and some feedback on. Again, not necessarily this evening unless you're prepared for that discussion, but I do think that's something that you may want to consider. And then going back to something that Councilmember Evans said, how can we notify people? That is going to be a challenge, and I think it's going to be on us, on city staff, to do a public relations campaign or a public information campaign. And one potential avenue to get information out is during the business license process, to add a language in there where we're notifying the community or the business applicant, hey, by the way, there's some processes here. But it's going to take a lot of work. And then also going back to what type of application, going back to something Will had indicated earlier, there are different avenues of getting there. One could be an online no fee permit, where people submit everything, staff reviews it, we respond via email. So again, the goal here is not to generate or to charge people or to generate revenue. That's not the goal. The goal is to ensure that people are painting their buildings consistent with council's direction.
Okay. Are we clear with direction? Okay, well, thank you for that
Mayor,
report.
if I may, just because I just wanted to make sure Councilmember Mejia was also fine with this approach for the record.
Yes. Okay. For that. Moving on to the next item.
Item E6, Administration of the Community Development Block Grant Revolving Loan Fund, CDBG RLF Program.
Presented again from our grants manager, Zuniga. We're almost to E7. Almost.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members of the public. This item is on the administration of the Community Development Block Grant Revolving Loan Funds Program. The CDBG RLF program is administered by Madera County Economic Development Commission. CDBG RLF funds are used to provide startup funds to local business owners of low moderate income. The revenue paid back to the city is considered program income. The approximate program income balance is just over $389,000. On August 20th, 2025, staff from both the city and MCEDC met to discuss the administration of this program. As a result of this meeting and additional follow-up discussions, an agreement was reached on the level of CDBG RLF funding. So as mentioned, the current PI balance is just over 389,000. The program income balance that MCEDC is requesting to retain is $150,000. And so that would leave just over $239,000 of PI to be returned to the city for reallocation. There are two outstanding loans, however, for this right now for this program. The combined outstanding balance for both loans is just shy of $69,000. MCEDC has requested to also retain any PI collected on behalf of these loans. So this amount would be in addition to the $150,000. Program income is included in the city's line of CDBG line of credit. As a reminder, HUD requires jurisdictions to maintain a line of credit balance no greater than 1.5 times its most recent CDBG allocation. HUD performs a timeliness check annually on May 2nd. Retaining a large PI balance in the city's line of credit will impact the city's ability to meet HUD's timeliness requirement. Staff will return to council later this year for consideration of repurposing the CDBG RLF program income balance return to the city. Concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Right. Thank you for that presentation. Bringing it back to my colleagues for any questions or concerns. I see none. Opening it for public comment in the chamber. City Clerk Gonzalez, anybody online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I closed public comment. I do not see Councilman Mejia's hand up. It was informational only, so thank you for that information.
Thank you.
City Clerk Gonzalez, moving on to the next item.
Item E7, race communications and upcoming installation of internet and telephone services.
All right, and that's going to be presented starting with our Director of Engineering.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to go ahead and introduce David Gomez. He's new to the city, well, as of about 7 months ago. He's a lifelong resident of Madera, and he is a graduate of Fresno State, 2022, with a degree in engineering. And he will give the presentation tonight.
Thank you for that. Welcome. Go Dogs.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor CC, Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah, council members. Today's presentation, as mentioned, is going to be on race communications. I'll pull up the presentation. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, so today's presentation is on race communication and upcoming internet and telephone services. Provide a brief introduction before I will introduce members of the race team. But essentially, just Race is an internet and telephone provider looking to service residents here at the city of Madera. Race, per their statement, offers competitive service rates compared to other existing internet and telephone providers here at the city. Some examples that are current construction that Race has done within the last year is the city of Chowchilla, city of Merced, city of Fresno, and others here in the Central Valley. A citywide project is proposed by Race. This project consists of installing underground and overhead utility infrastructure throughout the city. This project is going to be phased and divided into 5 sections for their first phase. We can take a look at the next slide overview of the project. So this is the project section map provided by Race, which shows the 5 divided sections within the first project phase. There will be a later phase that will include sections that are not shown here that will pick up the remainder of the city. That second phase is going to be determined once race figures the take rate and demand that the city, from the first phase. Okay. So, here at the city staff did a review on the submittals provided by Race. We found that we are largely supportive of the design. However, we did see some concerns that we would like to bring up to council. We had determined that there are components of the installation process proposed by Race which may result in the city receiving some complaints. We want to bring them up. One of these is the installation of temporary utility poles. So the installation of temporary utility poles for the overhead work is necessary for some of the areas of the city due to the poor condition of the already existing poles. The duration of the temporary poles installed will vary dependent on when the existing pole owner mobilizes to replace them. So it's not dependent on Race, it's dependent on the owner of said pole. Race has indicated that it may take anywhere from 12 to 18 months before the temporary poles will come down. Again, that's just dependent on the pole ownership. Whereas other cities have reported up to maybe 2 or more years. City staff is agreeable, however, to extending the allowance period for the placement of these temporary poles. One component that I did not list here that I kind of did want to bring up, it happens with every maybe service provider project that occurs here in the city, is the component of ball boxes and board pits within the city's public utility easements. It might raise some concern with the residents that are going to be affected in those, primarily because Race is going to be working in heavily on residential areas. So a lot of these residential areas will have new wall boxes for the conduits that will be placed ultimately to provide their services. But with that, Race has indicated that they also will do a good job in minimizing those complaints that are before they reach city staff or council. They made it clear that they will implement project managers and other resources to minimize those. So just a quick recap, Race right now is at the final stage of securing an encroachment permit for the installation of their utility infrastructure. Staff just decided it would be a good idea to bring this up to council and bring it to your attention prior to releasing the encroachment permit and ultimately Race's start in construction. So with that, we recommend to receive an introduction by both me and the Race team, and if there's any direction to be provided. And if now I can bring up Jim Miller and VP of Race Communications, and he can go over some of the details of the services that they're able to provide and maybe just a bit more info on the project overall. Start sharing. I promise I'll get better at this.
Well, I'll ask our director of IT, will this change with our new system, the clicks? Oh, and you don't get used to it yet.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you very much for letting us speak tonight, and absolutely not a problem to be here tonight and listen to your agenda and everything that was talked about. Just reiterates why we're here. We're excited about Madera. You guys are a forward-thinking city. You're a rural city that has sometimes been left out of the loop of technology from the bigger cities, getting that advantage over you guys. And so Race's focus and mission has always been from day one to focus on the underserved or unserved areas of California. So who's Race? So Race was founded in 1995. Last year celebrated our 30 years in business. Like a lot of IT companies and tech companies in California, we started in our CEO's garage, building computers. And then from there, it went into IT support. And then in the early days of voice over IP, which was the first digitalization of telephone lines. When that occurred, we saw a need that we were going in and fixing other people's problems. And why not start becoming a phone company ourselves so that we can build a network correctly from day one instead of trying to go back and repair old networks that were starting to fail. Doing that, we received what's called a CLEC license in California. And that is when deregulation occurred on the federal level, states were allowed through their PUCs to create a competitive local exchange carrier, giving the residents of the state other opportunities for telephone service and now as it gets into internet services. And like I said, our mission is and has always been to develop in the rural areas of California. We first got our feet wet down in the LA market. It was a great opportunity. But then we saw that there was the Eastern Sierra Range that was way out there on the east side of the state that was divided by a mountain range and had zero connectivity. We were dealing with communities that just had dial-up, had no cell phone service, and the dial-up was even spotty that it wouldn't connect because Frontier, the local exchange carrier for the region, had just decided to leave it as is and not improve it. So why does Madera need a new company? You already have AT&T, you have Comcast. It's because Race, like I said, builds from day one with the new media format, which is fiber. Our networks are pure fiber from where we are in our data centers all the way out to inside the home. And what that does is give you a unlimited capability in today's terms of what type of bandwidth we could offer to the consumer. Could we offer 100 gig, 1,000 gigs? Yes. Is it needed? When the price of the product of the electronics comes down, then absolutely it's needed. Is it needed on the commercial side? Yes. And do we offer those type of things today? Yes, on the commercial side. If you follow AT&T in the state of California, they've already put in front of the CPUC that they want to basically rid themselves of their copper network. And so copper is what we call in our life or in our business end of life product. It has reached its limits on what it can do from a technology standpoint, and fiber is the future. So investing in a fiber network into your community is something that's going to take your community, just like you were talking about the 4th of July being spectacular. It's going to take your community on into the future and keep you in touch with the world as AI is now, the latest subject that we're talking about that uses bandwidth. Why Race? The competitive local exchange carrier. It's an acronym some people might overlook, but it's a very, very important acronym in what you want to come to your community. ISPs are great, but they don't build to a standard. A competitive local exchange carrier, we're regulated by the federal government and the state government. So we build networks that have redundancy in them, redundancy in power, redundancy in data paths to be able to keep your networks up during those emergencies. In addition, we are a phone company. Landlines are important. I know you guys probably don't deal with it as much as some of the mountain communities do, but when you have power safety, power shutoffs by the power companies and cellular towers go down because they don't have extended backup or generators, we're required to keep our networks up. So that's when a landline is definitely important. I'll get into our pricing, but we're only $10 on our landline because we feel that it's a great thing to have in addition to your internet. Products, we're very competitive on our pricing. What we're known for, we're a first of many in the state of California. When we first entered into building out these networks, we were looking at 100 meg at the time, and this was in mid 2000s. And we're like, why would we do 100 when the equipment is available to do a gig? Let's do 1,000 megabits, 1 gig to every home. So we were the first one in California to offer a gig to a citywide project. Fast forward to 3 years ago, and we lit up the city of Lancaster, and we were first again with 10 gig out to the home. So what we standardized on after our Lancaster build was all cities going forward will have at least a 10 gig as their capability. And then, like I said, our phone lines are $10. That comes with unlimited nationwide calling as well. I only put this slide in because I'm not here to talk about sales today, but I know a lot of people will want to know what our prices are. What I'm here to talk about is the construction process. And that's why I appreciate that you guys give us this opportunity. We know that the residents know who you are. You live in the communities with the residents. We want to make sure that you're informed as construction begins. With me tonight is Dominic Piccini. He's our Chief Development Officer, and he oversees our construction division. He hates it when I say this, but construction is great, but it's construction. If you're building a house, you want the finished product. The in-between to get there sometimes isn't the prettiest. We constantly learn. We've built over 35 plus communities in the last 10 years in California. And with that, we are a California-based company and California-only service company. So when you pick up the phone and talk to our customer service reps, you're talking to someone in your local community. The proposed area that we've chosen for Madera covers approximately 9,600 homes. And like David said, it'll be broken down into 5 sections. We don't build in a section 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5. We know that we're building out the entire 5 sections, so we build as permits come in. Permits come in from you guys, but permits also come in from outlying agencies for us to build, whether it be from the power company, from the local carrier, AT&T, from pole lines that they own, from water districts and so forth. So as those come in, we continue to build. Reason that we build all over at the same time is because we want to build this quickly. We want to get the city lit in the 12 to 18 month period because that's going to minimize the complaints for you guys. Chowchilla, we built in 9 months. Merced, just north of them, they're in a 12 to 18 month build right now. So by building it quickly, it minimizes that complaint. And that's our goal. We want to get through this phase and we want to get to the good phase where people are starting to enjoy the network, but we know that people are going to have concerns. And so during that period, we want to make sure that we address them correctly and keep them coming to us versus going to you guys. What have we been doing to date? So working with your city engineer, working with David, we through 2025 have learned your standards in your city. We've had our engineers out walking your city. You might have seen strangers in orange vests looking at poles and writing things down. That was our guys base mapping the city of Madera so that we can then put our fiber design onto it. Where we are in 26, we're wrapping up our Merced project and our Atwater project. So we're looking in Q2 to start bringing those crews down to this region and start building out Madera. Communication, like I said, is important to us. We're constantly learning. Pre-COVID, we would hold town halls and we'd bring 200 to 300 people into the city to these town hall meetings. Since COVID, we don't see attendance that great. We've tried the electronic town halls and we still don't get the numbers. So what we've done is gone back to the old fashioned direct mail. So once we get a section approved, we send via mail a letter out to the residents and let them know, hey, this is race that's coming out, that graffiti on the street, don't erase it on your sidewalk, the flags on your property, don't pull them out. Those are companies locating the underground utilities. We refer them to the website to be able to watch videos on how the process takes place. But we also know that some people pick up their mail, they don't know who race is, and it goes to the trash. So 72 hours before we start, the guys will actually door hang the doors of the neighborhoods that we're in with a second flyer to once again inform them. If there's an area where they're doing underground work, we'll work with the city for signage to put no parking zones during this time zone and so forth. But all that directs it back to race. They can contact us by chatting with us. They can contact us by filling out a form. They can contact us via email or via telephone. So we try to cover all the different options for them to be able to come to race to get things resolved. The reason it's important to come to race is we open up trouble tickets. And like David said, we're going to have a local project manager in this area. So we do have outside contractors that we use, but we have our local race employee project manager that will be overseeing this project. And he will go to the residents if there is a concern and address the concern with the resident directly. We want to make sure you get the answers. The form is one of the best ways for them to do it because it allows them to even upload photos if they have photos. If we've damaged their grass, we damaged a tree, we damaged, something, we want to be able to get it repaired correctly. That is our goal. And with that, I wanted to make it short tonight, but I also want to open it up to you guys if you have any questions.
Right. Thank you for that intense report. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, and you'll have to forgive me, but the first name again?
Jim Miller.
Jim, thank you, Jim.
Yes.
Jim, so I did see some of your pictures there, but how do you guys lay out this fiber for internet? What is the source? Are you going, you said poles, are you going through the existing poles now? Can you?
Absolutely. Great. And it's a great question. I apologize for not addressing it. Because we are a licensed utility, we follow the current pathway. So if your power is delivered to you overhead, then we deliver overhead. If power is underground, then we go underground. The temporary poles that David talked about is the CPUC recognized that for projects to get completed, they needed to allow for temporary poles to be set by the operator. What RACE does differently, because we're not just the builder, we're your operator. We're going to be here 50 plus years. Well, hopefully I'm retired before then, but the company's going to be here for 50 plus years. And with that, we want to work with you to be good pillars of the community. So we've heard it in multiple cities that temporary poles don't look nice. And so what can we do? So Dominic's team meets quarterly with power companies. We geotag our poles. We share that information with them. Yes, it is the pole owner's sole discretion of when a pole gets replaced, but we provide them the list of where we are with our temporary poles. At the same time, we provide that list to the city. So when a pole owner comes to put a permit in to replace that pole, there's a trigger mechanism that the city can also let us know so that we can get out there and get those poles replaced. Because sometimes once a construction crew from a power company replaces a pole, there's a duration that can spread on time when we're notified. So by sharing our information with the city, we find out that we can get notified quicker to go back to the pole owner and say, okay, hey, we understand you replaced this pole. Please process this transfer permit so that we can get onto the new pole and remove that temporary pole.
So in a case like Madera and what you mapped out, do you have an idea of how many are doing the pole and how many are underground construction?
Don't hold me to it, but I believe it's about a 60-40 split, 40 air, 60 maybe underground. It's close to the, maybe closer to the middle, 50-50, but
That's good
it's
enough.
right in that range.
And how you do the underground construction, are you having to replace sidewalks?
So because we're a licensed utility, we operate in the public utility easement or in the right of ways of a city. And so if there's green belt area behind the sidewalk that is in the PUE, then we will go behind sidewalk in the grass versus tearing up flags on the sidewalk. If there's not, then we're typically out in the street and doing a combination of boring or potentially micro trenching if we have a lot of underground.
Okay, but you're not necessarily removing the whole sidewalk to try.
No, if we have to, because we're in an older neighborhood that has a tight easement and the easement's only underneath the sidewalk for us to set a vault, then we do remove a flag and we do repave it. Now that's where our FAQs on our webpage, and we also have videos on it on our YouTube page, talk about it and show it that there is a temporary asphalt patch that's put in place on the sidewalk. And then once they have enough for a truckload of cement to do multiple repairs, they come back. And that's usually within a 2-week window. Now, if we have rain like today, for extended periods of time, it can delay that.
Well, if you have to, my district has some sidewalks that are lifted by roots.
Yeah, we've
Hopefully
seen a
you'll
lot
get
of that
out
up
there and
north.
get that going. But thank you, Jim. I do appreciate the presentation. I think it's great that we have the alternative to, again, internet and telephone services. That's great to have that competing service because it certainly gives our residents another option. Now, I did hear you're paying attention to the spectacular, so I may race to come see you.
Absolutely.
Try to get some.
I don't want to speak for our marketing team, but I can tell you that we're very different than other operators. We love to be involved.
Right.
We've grown our employees tremendously over the last 4 years, and where they all came from is the local markets that we've expanded in. So
Awesome. Thank you again, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thank you for that comment. Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. I'm not sure who this question would be for, but do we anticipate that the need of having the temporary poles would overlap with the construction phase that's happening in Yosemite that we're anticipating this year?
It's probably more of your.
Yes, it probably is. We alerted you to Yosemite probably a month or two ago.
Right.
So Yosemite starts construction about May 15th. You're already seeing the water line construction if you go out there today. So yes, if you've got anything in Yosemite, you really want to get that installed quickly.
And we've also looked at portions of Yosemite it's served from the back of the businesses as well. So not all portions of Yosemite typically affect us. But in addition to Yosemite, we've also looked at streets that you're potentially looking at paving this year and us getting ahead of that as well.
Thank you.
Oh, so if this timeline does overlap, would it be possible to prioritize expediting temporary pole remover from that area so that the residents' issues aren't compounded there?
Understand it. You said to expedite removing the poles?
Yeah, so I know that you mentioned that it probably wouldn't be possible to do it in the 30 days that staff had wanted, but prioritizing just the area where residents are going to expect that construction so they don't have their issues compounded with the poles and construction and all of that.
Right. We'd have to look at how many poles are in there. I guess it's more of a complicated answer to answer here tonight, but we most definitely try to expedite where we can, but we don't control the removal of the pole. It's the outside agency, being Power or local exchange carrier in the area, that owns the pole, that controls the speed of it. We put pressure where we can, we ask for favors when we can, but at the end of the day, they control the speed of it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I will at this time open up to public comment in the chamber. Anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll close public comment. And this was just, oh, we need some direction here from council. Does anybody want to tie this up for us or?
Perhaps I could, Keith, I'm looking your direction. I think that staff is just looking for a nod to go forward with this
Okay.
at this point. If we do have any sort of issues or anything in the future, we will come back and update you on that, but we just want to make sure you didn't have any concerns. I see a lot of thumbs up.
Yes.
And I think I see Councilmember Mejia giving a nod as well.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your time. And
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
and Dominic for being here tonight,
Load
hanging
the-
in with us.
I was told to click stop sharing, but I only see an end. I don't want to click you got it? Okay.
No, I think
So
you're good.
Thank you so much.
Hey. Mr. Gomez, thank you for being here tonight and that presentation.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item E8, selecting recipients for March proclamation.
All right, and that's going to be presented by our own city clerk, Gonzalez.
I think we should take a break.
Oh, City Clerk Gonzalez, can we take like a 5-minute break? So at this time, it's
Mayor.
Thank you for that short, brief recess. We'll be moving back to E8 with our city clerk.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Alicia Gonzalez, City Clerk. This evening I bring before you selecting recipient for March proclamations. For some background, Council adopted a policy in August of 2023 governing ceremonial documents. In December of 2025, Council approved the 2026 list of annual proclamations. Council also discussed and approved certain proclamations would be labeled recipient at the discretion of Council. And tonight I bring before you two proclamations for Council to select the recipients. The first one is a proclamation recognizing Red Cross Month, and the second would be a proclamation recognizing Women's History Month. And I will now turn it back over to Council.
Thank you, City Clerk Gonzalez. Question, will these proclamations be given out on March 4th at the next meeting? Do you know of?
That's at your discretion. We could assign a date. We have the March 4th meeting and the March 18th.
18th is going to be pretty packed, so I would suggest the two go to the 4th. Let's take the first one, Red Cross Month. Anybody have anyone they'd like to nominate? If not, I'd like to nominate the Red Cross of Fresno Madera, Lori Wilson. I don't know if she's the director, or if she'll come or she'll designate it to someone else.
I will reach out to her.
That will be the first one. The second one is Women's History Month. Does anybody have any recommendation? I have a recommendation. We have a past supervisor and a community member by the name of Patty Manfredi, who mentors many young women in this community, not only in public service, but also volunteer-based and faith-based. So I think she would be a great person to accept that proclamation for Women's History Month. Okay, with that, do we need a motion? Oh, sorry. I opened up for public comment. Anybody in the chamber? Anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I close public comment at this time. And I'm just going to make it clear if somebody would like to make a motion.
Motion to approve as spoken.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Evans?
Yes.
Councilmember Mejia?
Yes.
Councilmember Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Gallegos?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Montes?
Thank you for that. Moving on to the next item, City Clerk Gonzalez.
Item E9, employee work locations and office space needs.
Thank you. And that will be presented by our HR Director, Silva.
All right, good evening, Mayor and City Council. This information is brought back at the request of Council. Conclusion of the report, we can take further direction for staff, or we can receive and file the report for future reference. I'll be brief because I know we want to get to our closer over there on the end for our last item. All right, so the city has various properties, buildings, equipment that we do own. It has a replacement value right now for real property. We're at about 205 million. So we have a lot of property. Of that, about 8 facilities are used for primary work locations. And there was more detail in the report, and you can't see the bottom of the screen because of the little zoom bar. But these are the 8 facilities as listed in the report: City Hall, Community Development, Downtown, the John Wills Youth Center. We are using half of the office space, basically the second floor office space. First floor is leased out. We have the Community Police Facility, and then the Police Annex Building, also known as the Radio Tower Building, the Corp Yard, the Wastewater Treatment Plant, and then down there at the bottom behind the pictures is the airport. So is there a way to move that bar, Alicia, or no? Okay. Because I'm gonna not read all the numbers in the middle of the screen. Really, the question at hand was, does remote work give us the opportunity to reduce the amount of office space that we need? When you look at our workforce across all functions in the budget, approximately 33%, 33.5% of your workforce are solely office based. You have another 20% that have combined field and office work, but everybody's floating around. The remaining about 45% are basically 100% field staff. So we're talking your police officers, we're talking your public works maintenance workers.
Leave it at the top. I think it's probably better. If you do
Okay.
it.
So currently, the city does offer remote work, but it is dependent on the individual's role in the organization. Obviously, your police officers are not working remotely. Your parks maintenance workers are not working remotely. Anyone that does work remotely, it is volunteer. Customer service cannot be affected, and they must be able to complete all their tasks, which may mean they need to work from the office sometimes. While it's functional for transactional tasks, in general, most of your department heads have found they do prefer to have staff in the office for collaboration, mentoring, and training. We also do have a defined customer service model at the city, and that is basically in response to the public. They expect to show up and find us, and they want to be able to talk to us during normal business hours. So all public-facing departments do have to have in-person customer service during normal business hours. This is regardless of work schedules, regardless of absences, regardless of remote work. So those who are approved to work remotely know they may have to report to the office. It can be difficult in small departments to maintain it, but we do the best we can. And council may have seen that sometimes, right? Your city clerk's office is 2 people, kind of hard when things start to pop up. And so they collaborate with grants right next door. We also have in-person payments in our finance department. There's some data here that was in your report regarding the number of in-person transactions. And then we also have to retrieve our Dropbox payments in person. So those cannot be done remotely. We do have physical office space, but if you ask staff right now, we would tell you we are space constrained. We are in buildings like this one made of cinder block walls. You can't move them very easily to reportion the space. We went through a kind of remodel after PD left around 2015. It took about 2 years. We didn't move many walls. Basically took the payment window that used to be finance, opened it up for the building and planning counter, and covered the window that was dispatch. But here we are making best use of the space. So we do have a lot of current projects underway trying to create more physical space. That's a lot of scanning of documents. The city was incorporated in 1907. Every document since then is on a piece of paper right now, for the most part. Some of us have tried to go digital in the last couple of years, but there's over 100 years of documents that need to catch up to us. We do not currently have much room for workforce expansion. And we're also lacking in right-sized meeting space is what I'll call it, as well as rooms that can be used for professional development training for our employees. So looking ahead, if we were to transition office-based workers to remote work, we would need to consider the city's customer service model, our payment acceptance methods, provisions of the labor code relating to remote work. If we have required remote work, then we need to be paying for the internet. We need to be paying for the furniture. We probably have to set up a more formal system than we have right now for safety inspections, because workers' comp does extend to the home at that point. And then lastly, we would need to invest in more robust software and database systems, going back to the 100+ years of paper documents we just referenced. So that concludes the information in the report. I can take questions or not.
Thank you for that report, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Wendy, again for that presentation. Very brief. I appreciate that. I just wanted to kind of highlight on the. I understand. I mean, as far as there was a point in time where we were busting out the seams with space. We couldn't necessarily work here as we start transitioning more into like a digital world. You talked about, some of these records and payment systems and what have you. That may be an issue then. I understand with PD, wastewater, public works, all that. I mean, obviously you need that. So we don't foresee any time in the near future that we would condense that space because we would accommodate for remote work. Is that what I'm getting? Because based on what I see there and that chart you presented, it seemed like majority of people are already at work, if not out on service.
That is correct.
Yeah. And the other thing also is that the city, I guess the city is a very service-based type of agency that's always dealing with the public. So when it comes to remote, and this is, for me, I'm for remote, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we're not offering a lower level of service because of remote. right? And I'm not sure if we can see that transition happening in the future and what that means for our space. And that's not a concern now, just something to look forward to in the future, because I think you're going to start seeing this AI transition take place pretty quickly, where in many cases, certain jobs in public agencies may be at a focal point to see if those are needed or not. Just something that I want to consider. I know Councilmember Zachariah and I had a conversation on that just today, but not necessarily with public agencies, just the way the transitioning of how AI is taking over a lot of these jobs. And that's my comments. Thank you, Mayor Gallegos.
Thank you for your comment. I will open it for public comment in the chamber. Anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Thank you. I close public comment and we thank you for your report, HR Director Silva. Moving on to the next item, the closer. That's going to be E10 Lions Town and Country Park Trail Improvement Project update by our Parks Director, Aber.
All right, so
Joe, you got a half an hour.
so the evening's long and and I'm old, so I'll make this brief. Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, colleagues and guests, Helen, you're still here. I'm usually talking in an empty room at the end of this night, so you get to hear some of my best material. Anyway, item E10, Lions Town and Country Park Trail Improvement Project Update. I'll go through a lot of these slides. This information you've seen already, so I'll try to hit the pertinent things that are really important about where we're at. During the February 4th council meeting, council requested that staff prepare an update on the improvement project at Town and Country Park. This report provides an overview of the project's progress to date. A notice of completion was presented to the council for consideration. A notice of completion will be presented to council for consideration once the project has been finalized and closes out documentation prepared. You can see some pictures. This is what it looked like on the left-hand side. This is what it looks like today. I think we should all give ourselves some big kudos because this came a long way. Councilman Rodriguez, if you remember one of our first conversations, I think when we talked about this 4 years ago about what we're going to do. And I think even when we got the funding, I think I used the term, this is a big darn deal for the city. And really it was kind of a miracle that we got the money. I think that has been tried and not happened, but it's come a long way. So just even from the first event I had out there, we get a lot of positive feedback. And let me tell you, I don't get a lot of positive feedback. I don't get a lot of happy calls from people, but I've gone out and walked the trail and walked with people who are walking the trail, and they're very excited and they like it. So I think some of you have probably gotten the same feedback, hopefully. Some of this you already know. We released the bid on April 4th. The apparent low bidder was Toasted Asphalt at $841,000. We awarded the bid to Toasted. They have experience in paving, and we know what they did. They have a lot of experience in the background. They have a contingency amount of $84,000, and we haven't used it all. But we do have some things that still need to be cleaned up. The key dates. We approved the agreement on July 19th. We executed the notice of award afterwards. We had a pre-construction meeting in September of 2025. We executed the notice to proceed, and we kicked off the project in September 29, 2025. This project was broken into 3 phases. This was a first for me, but I wasn't sure how this was going to work. But as we finished one phase, people could start using it. As we finished the next phase, they could start using the 2 phases that were open until we got to the last phase. And actually, I think this was a win for us. And so it's just something to keep in our back pocket if we ever do this again. This is the perfect way to do it because people could use the trail as it was being built. Again, you can kind of see we were out there February 10th. This is pre-striping. You can see it looks much better than it did. So a great shot. We held a walkthrough on the 10th. There's just some minor things that we identified, and Toasted will take care of those. We're still having another walkthrough with our parks maintenance staff and then with engineering as well. Some of the items from our walkthrough, you can kind of see there's some sprinkler heads and stuff that need to be taken care of that were, we'll marked off. They're our next steps. So we have a notice of completion. We'll bring that back to council. Hopefully that'll go quick because you've already know where we're at today. So we're planning a celebratory event to commemorate the trail improvements. And that'll be March 21st, starting at 9:30 a.m. So mark your calendars. Again, as I said, we always kick this off. It's a big darn deal for us. So as we finalize the details, we'll share more with the council and the community. Again, as you know, this funding came from State Senator Ana Caballero and from Assembly Member Esmeralda Soria. Both Assembly women, Soria and Senator Caballero, have confirmed their attendance or that a representative from their office will be present at the event. So it should be nice. No financial impact to this, and that pretty much with the writing of this report, that concludes everything I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I bring it back to my colleagues for any comments.
I'm just glad to see that we're finally getting to the tail end of this and excited to for the March 21st deadline. Thank you.
It's a great project. Thank the staff for all their hard work and the engineering that went into it. I just have to give a kudos out to our city manager, who really was, I think, the stamp of approval on putting those side curbs on that trail. That gives the aesthetic of that trail. It's 110 better than we ever could think. So City Manager Rodriguez, thank you for that little bit that made the biggest difference in the world. With that, I open it up to public comment. I see none in the chamber, online or on Zoom.
We have none, Mayor.
I close public comment and thank you for that report, Parks Director Aber. Moving on to City Clerk.
Section F, council member reports, announcements, future agenda items. This portion of the meeting is reserved for mayor and council members to make brief reports on boards, committees, and other public agencies and at public events, to request updates, to initiate future agenda items, and to take action on matters initiated under this section of the agenda. Under this section, the council may take action only on items specifically agendized and which meet other requirements for action.
Thank you for that. And if you're young, it's a brief report. Okay, starting with my left, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Gallegos. I just wanted to give thanks to Councilwoman Evans for again inviting me to the Black History Month that took place on Sunday. Through her and Black Saints United have adopted me as part of their members to be part of the ceremonial event. Again, we had a great presentation, a lot of good talent that was there. And again, the Mitchell sisters there were recognized and also sang a song. So I just wanted to, again, kudos to Councilwoman Evans for putting this together. I think I saw most of my colleagues there, Councilmember Zachariah, our Mayor Gallegos, and our member Villegas. So again, thank you. It was a great event. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, all of you guys have a good night.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Villegas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, yeah, this event was very well. I like it better than the previous year, and I have fun. So thank you for that, and hopefully we can just keep on doing next year. And that's my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Montes.
Just a couple of things I want to say. Thank you to Director Tackett for attending the HUD Homestar meeting today, representing the city of Madera. Apologize, I could not, but we were represented well, and hopefully we got some good information from that. Things are going to be changing a little bit. And also I want to say there's just kind of been a lot of things kind of going on. I don't want to say involving PD, but I really do appreciate everything that PD does for us. And I just want to say, make sure you all stay safe out there. It's very much appreciated, everything that you guys do. That's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Zachariah.
Just to keep it short, just again, it was a great experience to attend the event on Sunday and look forward to more years of those to come. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilwoman Evans.
I just want to say thank you to everyone, to my colleagues, to PD, to Parks. Outstanding. The building was fantastic, to the city manager, because I know it was a collective effort with both of you to get everything together, and the maintenance crew, but I truly appreciate each and every one of you. We topped out at approximately 220 people for the night. To the mayor, thank you very much, and to everyone. So God bless you, and we'll just keep on. And the flags, my goodness. And also the Miller sisters, let me just say this, they were so impressed with the fire department escorting them. So please let your gentlemen know that they were truly, one of them looked and said, "Ooh, this is a tall drink of water that's walking me." But anyway, thank you guys. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. And I look forward to another year.
Thank you for the comment. Councilwoman Mejia.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say thank you to the city staff for bringing back the requested reports so promptly. Thank you, and that's it.
Thank you for that. Before I do my report, Councilman Member
Yeah,
Rodriguez has one more thing.
Thank you. And, when Councilmember Montes reached out and said, thanks to PD, I want to thank PD also, but also our condolences, and I'll say this on behalf of the City Council, to the families that were impacted by the tragic deaths of the young folks over the weekend. I know we had several, and again, just want to express our condolences to those families.
Thank you for that, Council Member Rodriguez. I'm just going to chime on that. I know our officers and our firefighters were on call a few weeks ago for incident that happened on Cleveland and Granada. Sad to say that our prayers go out to the grandmother who did pass. And I know it's not easier for our officers and our firefighters when they're on that call to hear that happen. So please reach out to them and let them know that not only was our prayers are with the families, with our officers and our firefighters that are on those calls that are firsthand seeing what's happening in this community. So thank you for that. On the positive note, I just wanted to give a shout out to Assemblyman Adam Gray, who is going to help us put forward our sewer project and has announced to giving the city of Madera $2 million. So that was like a hoo-ha for us. So thank you, Assemblyman Gray, for helping us get that moving. So with that, I will turn it over to my city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. There are two items for closed session tonight. Item G1, Conference of Legal Counsel anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54955 case. Item G2 is Conference of Legal Counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 5495 The name of the case is City of Madera versus Jesus Lopez. County of Madera Superior Court case number MCV 086188. And I'm sorry about that, Jesus.
No worries. Open it up for public comment in the chamber. I see none. Anyone online or on Zoom?
We have none, Mayor.
Okay, I will close public comment. We will move into closed session at this time. Thank you for being with us as this long evening has gone. Safe travels home. We will return. Thank you.
05.
Okay, Mayor.
Thank you. We're coming back from closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. There was no reportable action taken in closed session.
Thank you for that. I will see everyone back Wednesday, March 4th, 2026 at 6 o'clock for our next meeting. Safe travels home, everybody. Thank you.